Just 10 o'clock, so it's time to open this public inquiry. Can I just check that everyone can hear me okay, including those at the back? Perfect. For those of you who I hadn't already met, my name is Scott Ferry, and I'm an Assistant Chief Reporter in the Scottish Government Planning and Environmental Appeals Division. I've been appointed by Scottish ministers to consider the proposed CPO and associated orders and report to them with recommendations on those. Before I go any further, can I ask that all mobile phones are switched to silent or switched off during proceedings? Should the fire alarm sound, then we must leave the building by the fire escape route, one of which is immediately behind me and the other is out to the front of the building. There are no fire tests due today, so if it sounds we should leave. There is a fire test due at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, though. Now, before we go further, can I ask the parties to introduce themselves and their witnesses, starting with Mr Milne for Transport Scotland.
Lawyers, I am instructed by Transport Scotland. On my right is Dr Blewett, who will be the promoter's first witness. And on my left is Mrs Elaine McMillan of Jacobs UK. The promoter's first witness will be Dr Blewett, followed by Mrs McMillan, then Mr Robertson, then Mr Carmichael, Mr Dempsey, Mr Lancaster, and Dr Palmer. Now, that, of course, is subject to change should it be the case that it will be possible to fit one witness in and complete that witness's evidence before close of proceedings one particular day, rather than leave a witness hanging on overnight. But that's the promoter's intended running order.
Thanks for that, Mr Milne. And for the combined objector group?
Yeah, my name is James Bax, and I'm a resident in Killiecrankie. The witnesses that I'll be introducing are Dr Aaron Johnston from the Battlefields Trust.
Are you giving me those in the order that you intend to present the witnesses?
Preliminarily,
okay.
Yes. It does depend slightly on the timing because
Sure.
of their availability. And second witness will be Graham Millen. The third witness, Rallian Raptree. The fourth witness is James Crombie. And the final witness is myself. I'll be led by John.
Perfect. Thanks for that. And Mr Campbell.
So good morning. I'm John Campbell. I'm a Queen's Counsel at the Scottish Bar, instructed by the House of Arard LLP. With me is Claire Cannon to my right, who is their only witness. My task is very simple. And she represents the proprietors of the Arard estate, which is affected by the project.
Thanks for that, Mr Campbell. Now, we agreed at the pre-examination meeting that Transport Scotland's evidence would be led first, followed by the combined objector group and then House of Arard. I appreciate that we might need to make specific arrangements for Mr Rattray, who's giving evidence remotely, but is that order of evidence and the order of witnesses given our current intention? Everyone's relatively relaxed about that as things stand. Now, we agreed at the pre-examination meeting also that the inquiry session could take up to 1 week. That would be followed by hearing session 2 on tourism impacts, which should take up to 1 day. Then a hearing session on House of Arard, which again should take up to half a day. And then 4 hearing sessions on site-specific impacts to take up to 2 days in total. So as things stand, I'm thinking that with a fair wind, we might be finished by sort of Wednesday, Thursday next week, i.e. we might not need the full 2 weeks, but we can see how things go. Does that sound right to the parties? Yeah. I'm hearing some sort of accompaniment outside. I'm wondering if that's been picked up by others. If we make faster progress than programmed, in other words, if we finish the inquiry session before the end of this week, are the parties content to bring the other sessions forward? For example, we might be in a position of having the tourism impact session on Friday rather than next Monday. Would that present an issue for anyone?
I need to check because at the moment we've penciled in Monday, but I'm sure it could be moved, but
yeah.
I would have to check with the others.
Okay, perfect. I'm probably being over-optimistic, but sometimes these things do happen, so if we could all just bear that in mind. Mr. Milne?
Yes, we're certainly happy to do some rejigging should session 1 finish early. However, the tourism session we wouldn't be able to bring forward because Professor Lennon doesn't return from abroad until the weekend.
Okay, thanks.
As far as I'm concerned, we would be very happy if we could put the House of Arad into this week if there was a spare 2 or 3 hours, because I don't know, I haven't discussed this with Mr. Milne yet, but perhaps we could do so in a break for obvious reasons of convenience and expense. I have very little to say on other matters, so
sure.
it would be cheaper for my clients if I wasn't here.
I'm sure.
To put a finer point on it. But we would need a slot of time, obviously. But yes. I think your half-day estimate is about right. And as I say, I haven't discussed it with Mr. Milne yet. But if that could be accommodated, we'd be very happy.
We can bear that in mind, depending on how we progress this week. Thanks for that. So just a few other issues. The inquiry and hearing sessions will normally commence at 10 o'clock in the morning and continue until around 4:30 to 5 in the evening, with a break of about an hour for lunch at a convenient time after 12:30, and short mid-morning and mid-afternoon breaks at appropriate times. We have the option of starting earlier on subsequent days and sitting later, depending on progress made, but we can keep that under review. As a general principle, would the parties be unhappy at a 9:30 start from tomorrow onwards? No. Okay, let's say we'll start at 9:30 from tomorrow onwards then. Thanks for that. Now, I've already made some unaccompanied site inspections of the general area, together with 2 days of accompanied inspections, which took place last month, and I'm very grateful to all of the parties for facilitating that. That was very useful. We also potentially have 1 or 2 further site inspections to make. I think we had notification through Transport Scotland of 1 objector who would like a site inspection, and I'd said in December that depending on the evidence that we hear, I might want to make further accompanied site inspections, possibly to the battlefield again and so on, but we can keep that under review. It was agreed at the pre-examination meeting that closing submissions will be made in writing after the evidence has been heard. Those submissions ought to address each party's position on the matters which have been subject to oral process, and we can discuss the timetable for the exchange of those submissions as we reach the end of the inquiry. As also advised in the note of the pre-examination meetings, these proceedings are being webcast. Unfortunately not live today due to a technical difficulty, but we should be able to webcast live from tomorrow onwards, and all of the sessions, including today's, will be posted to our webcast library. Now, there should be a set of documents at the rear of the room. I think there are some hard copies, and that the other documents are available electronically on a laptop. Is that right, Mr. Milne?
The laptop for public use has been brought over for use by witnesses, but if there are members of the public who wish to look at documents which are not being displayed on the screens, I'm sure that can be accommodated as well. The hope is that the display on the screens meets the needs of the public, and seeing documents being referred to by witnesses at that point in time.
Great. Thanks for that. So, moving on to taking evidence. In terms of the inquiry session, each each witness will read his or her precognition or summary precognition in the case of the Transport Scotland witnesses, which have already been lodged. Any examination in chief should be limited to picking up necessary points which have arisen since the precognitions were lodged. Witnesses will then be subject to cross-examination by those of an opposing view, following which there will be an opportunity for re-examination, and I may also ask questions really at any time in the proceedings up to re-examination. Do any of the parties have any questions about procedures or other matters that they wish to raise at this stage?
There's just one preliminary matter for the promoter, sir, and that is the late production TS-436, which is a YouTube video which was posted at the tail end of last year by the soldiers of Killiecrankie. That production has, of course, been accepted late, and obliged to the objectors for agreeing to that. All that we have lodged is a link to the YouTube site because we do not yet have a file. Ms McLaughlin and I have attempted to communicate with Mr James Rattray of the Soldiers of Killiecrankie regarding the provision of a file which can be lodged, but that has not been forthcoming as of yet. We shall continue to try to get a copy. That's important because Mr Robertson is the first witness of the promoter who is wanting to make a brief reference to that YouTube video. If it's in order, sir, if that file is not available in advance of Mr Robertson's evidence, Mr Robertson could speak to a clip of that video being live streamed. Apparently the connection here is sufficiently good to enable us to do that. Mr Dempsey will be making more extensive reference to a YouTube video which has already been lodged as a file.
Perfect. Thanks for that. You're happy with that from your perspective? Yep. Any other preliminary matters? Nope. Okay. Thanks for that. So, Mr Milne, could we have your first witness?
Thank you, sir. The promoter's first witness is Dr Blewett of Transport Scotland. Dr Blewett, when you've made yourself comfortable, please read aloud your summary precognition.
My name is Dr Jo Blewett. I'm a Fellow of the Institution of Civil Engineers and a member of the staff of the Scottish Ministers. I'm currently Transport Scotland's Programme Manager for the A9 dualling programme. The basis of the Session 1 objections is the impact on the Killiecrankie battlefield as a consequence of the scheme. The combined objectors have also claimed inadequacies in the DMRB process used to determine the preferred route, the consultation process undertaken by the promoter, and the influence of planning policy and the role of the statutory consultees. My evidence will address these issues and introduce evidence from other witnesses. My evidence sets out the decision-making process for the preferred scheme and gives the context for the evidence other specialists will provide in support of that process. In concluding a preferred scheme, the promoter goes through a staged development process as set out in the background to the scheme development report. Throughout each stage, the promoter must balance a number of factors to move towards a road layout that gives the most reasonable overall combination of meeting requirements and minimising impact. The promoter's team includes a range of specialists who work together to develop and review design options, and in conjunction with the promoter and the relevant statutory bodies, balance their interests and the underlying policies and standards to recommend an overall scheme. Whilst the objectives have focused largely on the impact on the battlefield, that's just one of the aspects that needs to be considered when developing a scheme. In many cases, the objectives themselves recognise the need to consider other impacts such as noise, landscape and visual impacts, the location of SUDs and the form of underpasses in their separate site-specific objections. During the early stages of the strategic environmental assessment work, the promoter and the relevant statutory bodies recognised that to achieve good balanced decision-making in a complex corridor, regular engagement would be required. The Environmental Steering Group was established to create space for that engagement, with the primary purpose of keeping agencies informed of progress and highlighting challenges that might require cross-agency discussion to inform a balanced view. Transport Scotland are the body responsible for making an overall recommendation to the Scottish ministers, and in doing so act as decision maker at each key stage of the scheme development. The purpose of the ESG is to allow the promoter to make those decisions from an informed viewpoint by seeking input from the statutory bodies. It is not the role of the statutory bodies to approve anything, but to provide their feedback, which Transport Scotland must balance in reaching a decision. Overall, the point of the extensive engagement is not to seek approval or because legislation or guidance obliges it. It's about the promoter seeking a good, balanced decision that minimises the risk of failure to obtain overall approval from the Scottish ministers, or the inability to deliver the scheme on the ground because the requirements of the various statutory bodies in their regulatory roles cannot be met. It's simply not in the promoter's interest to limit the input or the importance of the ESG feedback. Document TS206 and Mrs Macmillan will provide overall evidence on the route selection process. As the document explains, even at the strategic environmental assessment stage, where environmental impacts drive decision-making, an A9 corridor that avoided the battlefield completely could not be supported because of the environmental disbenefits of a near-offline corridor, the balance of impacts leading to an online widening scheme. In developing an online widening scheme, creating infrastructure on the battlefield could not be avoided, and the overall impacts come from the chosen location of the various infrastructure elements. The promoter's evidence in Session 1 will provide the context for that decision-making. The recognised approach to scheme development in the UK is set out in the Design Manual for Roads and Bridges. The DMRB reflects that decision-making must be robust, but that design input should be proportionate. Mrs Macmillan will explain how the scheme was developed through the DMRB Stage 2 route options process to balance the various impacts, and Mr Dempsey will explain specifically how the impacts on the battlefield were considered in that process at that time. The DMRB Stage 2 concluded that northbound widening of the existing A9 was preferred through the battlefield site, not because of the impact on the battlefield site in isolation, as explained by Mr Dempsey, but because across a range of factors this option performed better overall than a southbound widening option, as explained by Mrs Macmillan. A range of factors are considered in choosing a preferred route, not just engineering factors. However, where options achieve the same functional outcome, value for money must also be a consideration, as set out in the Scottish Public Finance Manual. As document TS206 shows, even when the DMRB Stage 2 work has been revisited, this has simply served to strengthen the promoter's view that southbound widening is not better than the scheme. In the case of battlefield impacts, the differences have been amplified, as explained by Mr Dempsey. All Session 1 objectors have raised concerns that the subsequent refinement of the scheme should require the publication of an environmental statement or addendum. The environmental statement is only one of the documents that make up what is effectively the promoter's planning application, the others being the draft road orders and the draft CPO. The draft road orders are the documents that show how the scheme comprises a range of new and amended roads and accesses, and the purpose of the environmental statement is to present the impacts associated with the draft orders and the mitigation required to manage those effects. The draft CPO presents the land required to deliver the draft orders and that mitigation. It's usual for design work to continually seek to refine or improve the effects of a scheme right through the construction stages of a project, giving scope for improvements as more information, expertise or innovation becomes available. This scope for flexibility is also what allows the promoter, even at the statutory process stage, to bring forward some compromises and changes as a result of consultation, making that process meaningful. If there were no ability to flex the proposals once the environmental statement was published, the statutory consultation process would simply become an exercise in accepting or rejecting the published scheme, and that's clearly not what is intended by the various regulations in this regard. As document TS206 sets out, and Mr Robertson and Mr Carmichael will explain, the residual impacts of the refined design are the same or reduced when compared to that presented in the environmental statement, and the mitigation strategy remains unchanged. There's no need to produce a new assessment of the refined design because the draft road orders remain unchanged, and the existing assessment remains in scope and sufficient to assist the Scottish ministers in their decision-making. The promoter has consulted upon the refined design as a matter of good practice and in the hope that it might resolve some of the concerns raised around impact on the battlefield. but the changes to the scheme are not material enough to require an additional formal process or the seeking of new consents. The promoter is now satisfied that the draft road orders and environmental mitigation to manage the impacts may be achieved within a smaller area of compulsory purchase. The use of compulsory purchase powers comes with a responsibility to ensure that only land necessary for the purpose is being acquired, and accordingly the promoter is recommending to the inquiry that the compulsory purchase order is trimmed back at the made orders stage to reflect the scheme refinements. The combined objectors are also of the view that the needs of local residents are not properly considered or weighted in scheme development, and have expressed concern that they only have one opportunity for formal consultation once the environmental statement is published. In order to make the consultation meaningful, the promoter has embedded it into the whole process, starting with the statutory consultation at SEA stage and continuing throughout the DMRB stages. The promoter is surprised that the objectors are so concerned about the impact on the battlefield, as there was very little indication that this was a concern associated with route choice until 2017, around 8 months before orders were published and a year after the preferred route had been announced. Similarly, the objectors did not raise any difficulties or questions in relation to the process or the use of feedback until 2017. In terms of the local feedback that was received, many issues have been incorporated into design work, some because they coincide with issues the promoter also considers, some because they raise genuine local concerns that came at a time that could be fully addressed in scheme development work and work in balance with the rest of the scheme requirements. Without that local engagement, the promoter wouldn't have been aware of them. The promoter has considered local feedback received and sought to establish an overall view on the scheme refinements, noting that HES, the National Park and Perth and Kinross Heritage Trust have withdrawn their objections on the basis of the refinements, and the HES objection was supported by Killiecrankie 1689 until it was withdrawn. The objectors are not agreed on their view of the proposed refinements, and it's perfectly normal for there not to be universal agreement over proposals, which is why the DMRB process adopts an evidence-based to be considered in conjunction with consultation. In the absence of a clear proposal from the objectors for a scheme they could collectively support, the promoter is not clear how any alternative process could develop a consensus design. The objectors do not accept the evidence that the promoter has produced. Whatever a new process would bring, it would continue to have to be based in evidence, and the promoter is generally accepted as the party that has the resource to provide that. Elsewhere on the programme, a new type of process is being tested but is not yet proven. In a Facebook response of the 25th of May, Killiecrankie 1689 state, "We are against the current plans and want alternatives considered like they are doing at Dunkeld." The Dunkeld co-creative process is an options development pilot which is still being evaluated. The key part of that process is that the promoter takes the role of producing an evidence-based assessment, including strategic consultation via the usual DMRB process, and that is then balanced with the community's overall route preference, which is also developed using supporting evidence provided by the promoter. Notwithstanding that process is not proven yet, it does not appear to the promoter that such a process would work in this case. The promoter submits that the orders sought are justified in the public interest. None of the objections made and maintained would justify a refusal to make the orders as published. The promoter therefore respectfully asks the reporter to recommend to the Scottish ministers that they make the orders sought, subject only to the amendments to the draft orders set out in Section 21 of my full precognition, and taking cognizance of the associated commitments set out in Section 20.
Thank you, Dr. Blewett. I just have a few questions. First of all, as regards the proposed modifications to the compulsory purchase order, which you've just mentioned, they're set out at the end of your full precognition, and at the stage of lodging a closing submission, is it Transport Scotland's usual practice to lodge an updated CPO schedule with supporting maps in order that the reporter can see exactly what's anticipated? Can you please explain the differences between statutory and non-statutory objectors throughout the DMRB process?
Effectively, there is no difference. It's actually very difficult for us to determine who is statutory and who is non-statutory until we've got a good idea of the scope of the draft CPO and we've reviewed all the titles. So it would be almost impossible to make that separation at the very early stages where we're looking at effectively a blank piece of paper.
So when does the categorisation come into play?
The terms are defined in the Road Scotland Act as statutory being somebody who is having land or rights effectively acquired from them, and non-statutory being other parties. But in terms of the way we handle them, we almost never make any distinction until the point that compensation is due to be paid, and the way that the compensation is calculated is different for the two types of parties.
In light of the objections which have been made and not withdrawn, have any flaws in the statutory process regarding consultation been identified?
No, the consultation exercise has gone far above and beyond what's actually required by the Road Scotland Act. What we've tried to do is embed consultation right through the process. We're always trying to balance national need with local impact. The schemes always end up in that situation. So what we try to do is understand, you know, the local concerns and the local issues from a very early stage in the process, because they're much easier for us to handle at that stage.
And you set out in detail in section 17 of your recognition the approach taken to consultation. I don't need to take you to that, but I would like to take you to document CD 43. And it's page 3 of that document, which on the PDF is page 6. Dr. Blewett, can you tell us what document have I just taken you to? What is this CD 43?
This is the summary report from the public exhibitions that were held in December 2012. And the point of those exhibitions, they were very early on in the process, as I recall, and the point was to come out in local communities without any idea of where the dualling should go, and just start to meet people, make people aware that we were starting the work, and start to understand what the local issues might be that we would need to address.
So at this early stage of the process, we see that Transport Scotland is writing to community councils, MPs, MSPs, other organisations with an interest in the A9 dualling as part of your advertising programme for the exhibitions?
Yes, that's correct. That's normal practice for Transport Scotland exhibitions.
And could you then turn, please, to page 23 of the PDF, which bears to be the start of Appendix A, Exhibition Advertising. Yes, in fact, we could skip over that to page 30, the exhibition panels themselves, if Dr. Blewett can talk us through. So that's PDF, the page 30 of the PDF of CD 43. Got that? Yes. Of the PDF. I would be concerned if the technology is bringing up different results for us. Appendix B, exhibition panels, is where you should. It's CD 43. Oh, CD 43. I hear you may be looking at CD 33. Yeah. Okay. Dr. Blewett, what are we looking at?
we are looking at the exhibition panels that would have been put up around the rooms in the various exhibitions. This exhibition, we sort of did corridor wide. We stopped off at various communities up and down the corridor just to kind of introduce ourselves. And the backdrop to this was, firstly, to make that kind of engagement, but also at the time we were actually getting quite a lot of pressure that the dualling wasn't going to come quick enough. So part of the point here was to come out and explain the process that we would go through, you know, so that there would be this stage process. There was quite a lot of development work to be done, and that people shouldn't see shovels in the ground straight away. So it was that engagement about trying to get people to understand what we had to go through to get that done, and to get people to start to tell us a bit about what we should expect.
And on page 40 of my PDF, at least, we see an explanation of the planning process with a reference to stages 1, 2, the following page, stage 3. What, in summary, is this telling us?
This is setting out basically the key stages that we would have to go through in order to get to a point where we would be satisfied that we had a route that could be promoted through a statutory process. Effectively explaining to people that, you know, ultimately if you're going to come and compulsory purchase land from somebody, you have to have cast your net quite wide to look at where that route should be so that you can justify that compulsory purchase. And again, as I say, to manage that expectation that, you know, announcement to dual in 2011 suddenly means shovels in the ground a year later or something like that. You know, it was really just to explain to people there's quite a process here, and we need people to engage with us through that.
And indeed, that's made clear on page 50 of the PDF, where members of the public, anyone who sees this exhibition, is invited to submit comments.
I can't get the mouse to work at the moment, probably. I might need a bit of help here. Yeah, I can't get the page to scroll down. Have you got? Oh yeah. That'd be useful. I'm probably not using the touchpad properly. Thanks.
PDF page 50.
Yes, so page 50 was really setting out, this was the start of a rolling programme of engagement with communities.
Now, Transport Scotland has been criticised for the consultation which has taken place that you've explained, allegedly not being meaningful, with decisions being communicated with particularly non-statutory objectors after decisions have been taken. Would you accept that that criticism is justified?
No. There's two parts to that. The first part is, as I've explained, it's actually quite difficult for us always to tell who is statutory and who is non-statutory until quite late on in the process. I mean, obviously there are some big landowners that you know, but what we try to deal with is impact. So we're interested in what people's concerns are and what impact they might experience from any of the options we're looking at. So the statutory, non-statutory division is a completely arbitrary one through the consultation process. And then the other point about simply reporting decisions, what we've always tried to do through the process is go out when we don't particularly have an agenda. So if we're looking at the 2012 exhibitions here, as I've explained, we didn't have any lines on plans. We had some constraints. We were inviting people to come and mark up plans. 2013, there were some emerging findings from the strategic environmental assessment work, but no decisions were made at that time when we came out to consult. 2014 and 2015, we specifically came out with route options and said no assessment has been done at this stage. So the first time we went out to engage with people around a decision would have been 2016.
Just to pick one example, at 18.16 of your full precognition, you refer to Sheerglass Quarry, where objectors have stated that quarry traffic is the bane of these local roads. Could you explain why you've included Sheerglass Quarry under the heading in your precognition of use of local feedback?
Page 29.
Paragraph 18.16 of Dr. Blewett's full precognition, 29.
So Mr. Robertson will probably explain that one of the early strategies that we did consult on was around trying to rationalise junctions on the A9 because a lot of them are of quite poor standard. There's quite a lot of junctions on the A9. And what we wanted to do was have a better quality standard of road. So that was one of the objectives that had been set quite early on, probably back in the Strategic Transport Projects Review. So we were effectively starting from the point of view that we were going to try and consolidate accesses into the grade-separated junctions. But very early on in the process, Breedon came to speak to us about trying to get a direct access onto the A9. And normally, from a commercial point of view, that's not what we do. We don't offer accesses to commercial organisations. But then we also heard from the community about the difficulties of the quarry lorries coming through Killiecrankie. And through all of that local engagement, we effectively took the view that the benefits of stepping away from our normal practice and the strategy and providing a direct access to the quarry were worthwhile. Effectively, they don't do anything in terms of the scheme delivery, but they do something in terms of local feedback and improving the sort of network of roads around the A9. So we took that decision directly as a consequence of feedback, no other reason.
Thank you. May I now take you to CD 301, which is the Roads Scotland Act 1984, and page 129 of that PDF. So CD 301, page 129 of the PDF, which happens also to be the page number of this print of the 1984 Act. Now, I would draw your attention, Dr. Blewett, specifically to paragraph 1.1a, where the Scottish Ministers have published an environmental statement. They shall take into consideration that statement and any opinion on that statement or the project which is expressed in writing by any of the consultation bodies or by any other person. So a few questions arising out of that. Does this requirement to take into consideration opinions expressed on the statement or project, does that draw any distinction between statutory and non-statutory objectors?
No.
It has been asserted that Transport Scotland has been selective in the feedback from consultation bodies, for example, Historic Environment Scotland. What's your response to that assertion about being selective in what you take into account in light of what the Roads Scotland Act directs ministers to do?
It would be extremely risky on our behalf to be selective and not put all the information in front of ministers to allow them to form that decision, because if in some way the decision is made without, full cognizance of all of the feedback, then that could then push us into a legal challenge further down the line, and that's something that we absolutely want to avoid.
Dr. Blewett, the last thing that I want to take you to in chief is the hearing statement by the Killiecrankie and Fincastle Community Council, Session 4 Site Impacts. Now, I don't know if you have that in front of you. There are a few quotes that I want to read out, so you maybe don't need it in front of you if you don't have it.
I do have it.
Now, as we know, this hearing session is not taking place, and the Community Council is content to rest on this hearing statement as a written document. It's a hearing statement, so no. But given that Inquiry Session 1 is dealing with, amongst other things, criticisms about the process, there are a number of quite serious criticisms in this statement, and I would like to put a few to you to invite your response. The paragraphs are not numbered, so I'll do my best to guide you to the right paragraph. The third paragraph on page 2, second sentence says, "We started our engagement with Transport Scotland in good faith. As the planning process progressed, it became apparent that the community was powerless to influence any decision. The planning stages do not provide any role for community members, save commenting on decisions after they have been made." Do you have anything to say in response to that?
Sorry, could you repeat? Was that page 2?
Page 2, the third paragraph, second sentence. Thus we started our engagement.
So I suppose my position on that is that it's not correct that we have been out and spoken to people and made attempts to try and incorporate feedback into the design where we can, but ultimately, as we've just seen from the Road Scotland Act, any feedback or comment made by anybody needs to be considered by ministers in their decision making. So our engagement is really about making sure there are no surprises coming at that late stage when ministers are making that decision, and we've done our best to address things through the process.
The fifth paragraph on that page, "Our concerns mounted when we discovered that information was disseminated in a selective way." And then reading short the final sentence of that paragraph, "We came to wonder if the lack of transparency suited Transport Scotland's purposes. They only gave community members the minimum detail they deemed necessary." Again, do you have anything to say in response to that assertion?
Again, only that it's incorrect, and I'm not really sure, having set ourselves up to try and capture local views as we go through the process, and also to manage our own risk in terms of what might come later in the decision-making process. I don't know why would we bother to come out and be selective. We're not obliged to do any of that. We did it because it adds value to the process.
And then at the top of page 3, the final sentence of the paragraph there, "We now know that there is no reverse gear in the planning process, and once a stage has been finished, it is impossible to return." Do you agree with that assertion?
No. That's also incorrect, because we live in the real world, and I think both in my recognition and Mrs. Macmillan's recognition, we have examples of where external circumstances, the baseline changes, and we have to reflect on, you know, what we've done so far and address some of those issues. It's absolutely not the case that you can't go backwards. Having said that, we've always set out to try and embed things as early as we can, because it's so much easier if we're having that dialogue at the early stages.
And the last comment which I wish to put to you is on page 4, the second paragraph there. It's in the second sentence, no attempt by Jacobs Transport Scotland to address personal financial repercussions. Now, we all understand that compensation is not a matter for this inquiry, but could you explain briefly what the position is, insofar as you are aware, to distinguish between statutory and non-statutory objectors by the time we get to the stage of matters of compensation?
So, in very simple terms, the statutory compensation is generally, it's all needs to be substantiated by a claim and agreed with the district valuer, but it's generally made up of 3 parts. There is compensation for the loss of the land or the right in itself. There is compensation for the injurious affection, so any impact on the residual land holding as a consequence of the acquisition, and there is compensation for disturbance as a consequence of the acquisition. So statutory compensation is all based around the loss of a land or a right. Non-statutory compensation, there's only an entitlement to claim that a year after the road has been open to traffic, and it's governed by the 1973 Land Compensation Scotland Act, which is one of the documents lodged. CD-245, Land Compensation Scotland Act 1973, Part 1. And effectively that is compensation as a consequence of physical factors that might affect the value of your property as a consequence of the scheme. So the typical examples, I think, is used in the Act are noise and fumes. And again, that right to compensation is negotiated with the district valuer. But it's not associated with any loss of right or land, so it takes a different form.
Thank you, Dr. Blewett. I have no further questions at this point.
Thanks for that. Mr. Bax, do you have any questions for Dr. Blewett?
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Blewett. I do have a few questions, if you don't mind. The first one just relates to paragraph 8 of your full recognition, when you are telling us about the new World Health Organization noise guidelines. And you say you've lodged a document. We don't have any details of that document.
It is in the package of documents that was issued to you. It's a written submission on behalf to give our position on the change in the World Health Organization standards. I'm just trying to find you a number.
Could you tell us what the implications of that document are, if any, or is that something that might be addressed under the noise?
No, I can. There are technical things around the document, but effectively what our position is, there has been a change in the World Health Organization noise thresholds at which they're recommending mitigation. And really that change came in last autumn. And our position is that it's quite a wide-ranging document, that it doesn't only cover roads, it covers rail and aviation and business and lots of other things. So basically the written submission that you've got there is explaining why we haven't adopted that in the design of this scheme at this time.
I think we may come back to the noise
Okay.
issue later,
Yeah.
perhaps, but you've obviously got a lot of experience with large projects, and we appreciate that. Had you in the past faced any issues such as the Battle of Killiecrankie, such issues of historical importance in previous road schemes that you've been involved with?
No, the closest I would have come would have been, I worked on the preparation of Edinburgh Tram Line 1, and there were various historical sites and areas of interest through Edinburgh city centre, as you'd expect to have to deal with there. And
I think I believe the inventory of historic battlefields was launched in May 2011 by Historic Scotland, as it then was, as a tool for identifying nationally important battlefields and providing information to aid their understanding, protection and sustainable management through the planning system and in other relevant contexts such as landscape and land use management. That's according to the Historic Environment Scotland policy statement of 2016. Did that make any difference to your approach to the work at Killiecrankie?
I think that's probably a specialist question for Mr. Dempsey. What I can say to you is that, there was no secret that we knew there was a battlefield at Killiecrankie, and that informed the strategic environmental assessment work. And we obviously, as you know, we've set up the environmental steering group. So through the ongoing engagement with Historic Environment Scotland, we knew that was an issue that we would need to consider.
Likewise, Historic Scotland's status did change during the process. And it only took its full statutory role from 1st of October 2015. Did that have any implications to the approach, or is that something, again, we should refer to?
From a technical point of view, you should ask Mr. Dempsey. From a point of view of managing and engaging on the programme, I wouldn't have said that had any material difference, because we already recognise Historic Scotland as being the relevant body to consult with on these matters.
And again, referring to your full recognition, in 11.3, you state there is no specific hierarchy for the various policies and topics that are considered in developing the scheme. Transport Scotland has to balance various policies and standards to recommend an overall scheme. Is there any weighting of various interests, competing interests? We get the impression that perhaps there wasn't, but given the significance of Battle of Killiecrankie, perhaps that was elevated to a higher level in the hierarchy.
There isn't a weighting in the sense that, we would award the battlefield a higher ranking in the assessment than other things, but there is a weighting that is effectively built into the assessment on each topic area. So Mr. Dempsey will explain how he did the assessment around the battlefield and the consultation that went on through that process. And there is a weighting in terms of the assessment that is done and the outcome of that. And the other thing that we look at when we are trying to balance these overall interests is our ability to mitigate those effects as well. So there's not a numbers game here. I wouldn't say that one was worth so many points and that one's worth something else. It's a kind of assessment in the round.
But if there were competing, given the status of the inventory, would not that somehow trump other considerations, or you don't see it in those terms?
It's a question of no, I don't see it in those terms, to give you a very direct answer, but it's a question of looking at each of the topic areas and thinking about, well, how can we best manage these things in the round? There's clearly a status there for the battlefield. We accept that. We accept that there's an impact on the battlefield, absolutely, but what we have to do is look at that and look at the other things and try and just weigh up overall what is the best overall answer there.
Following on from that, I understand that the answer, but if you refer to KFCC 10, which is a parliamentary written answer by Fiona Hislop concerning the planning system, where she says that the battlefield is a material consideration. Should perhaps wait for that to come up. Yeah, so the question really is concerning this idea about a material consideration in the planning system. I understand that roads actually lay outside the planning system. Does that somehow downgrade the status, in your eyes, of the inventory, of its importance?
No. So document TS211 has been written to try and give you a sense of how roads are promoted along, and planning, how that sits alongside planning policy, and effectively, both regimes are governed by the EIA regulations. So the status of the battlefield is the status of the battlefield, whether you're doing a roads project or you're doing some other planning project. And at the back of that document, it also sets out what our interpretation of material considerations would be when ministers are making their decision. And the battlefield would be one of those considerations, but there will be others as well.
Moving on from that, referring to your full recognition paragraph 12, the role of the statutory bodies, you say they've been consulted since 2012, but they're in 12.9 of your full recognition. You state that the statutory bodies are not the decision makers, but have been embedded in the development process and provided with the information they have requested to allow them to form a view. With the benefit of hindsight, would you agree perhaps that didn't happen to the extent that you thought it might? Given the fact that both HES and PKHT objected to the proposal that they had in front of them?
No, I wouldn't say. I would say that still happened in the way we thought it might. That's not to say that, dualling a road through an infantry battlefield is not going to give HES and PKHT some difficulties. But the fact that we had been through a whole process, starting with trying to avoid the battlefield altogether, and we'd taken them through that with us, when it came to the objection appearing, we knew fairly clearly how we could resolve that objection.
The key forum for the consultees was the Environmental Steering Group. Could we refer to TS411 spot 6, the correspondence with the Environmental Steering Group? Here we have some comments from Perth and Kinross Council. Actually,
sorry, Mr. Bax, could you tell me which page that is again on the...
Page 13.
Thank you.
Have you? Sorry, that's very small, incredibly small type. A bit difficult to follow. I think the one we're looking at is TS411 spot 6, which refers to PKHT. There's another one, spot 5, which contains feedback from HES, slightly different. But the point that I wanted to put to you was that they do have comments, the comments from Perth and Kinross PKHT about the draft report for Stage 2, where PKHT said it was difficult to make an assessment of the impact of the dualling options with the information presented. Again, given those comments, were you surprised that PKHT objected to the Stage 3 plan?
I'm not sure I can correlate the two things. So at Stage 2, we consulted on draft Stage 2 documents, partly because it helps us understand if there are things that are not clear, and partly because as part of the strategic environmental assessment work, all the authorities were very keen to understand how they would get a role in consultation between SEA stage and EIA stage, so that bit in the middle where they're looking at route options. So just as a matter of good practice, we decided that we would share the drafts. And if PKC were having difficulties with that at that time, I can't see exactly what the topic area was, and it might be a question for a specialist later. But those issues were clearly eventually addressed.
I think the point is that they do bring up, both HES and PKHT in that Stage 2 process, bring up difficulties of making a full judgment on the information available to them. It was really a request for more information, which presumably wasn't forthcoming, and therefore, when it did come to the Stage 3 assessment, they went back to the fact they didn't have the sufficient information to judge those route options.
So I'm sorry, because I don't know exactly the bit you're referring to, but if it refers to one of the specialists, we could maybe pick that up and have a look at later what information was subsequently provided to allow them to have some more comfort. Because otherwise you're making the leap from the fact that there wasn't information and therefore they objected, and actually there were steps in between them. But because I don't know the specific situation.
I think PKHT feedback under general.
Have you got a page number on the PDF? That would be helpful.
Looks like
18.
18.
What impact each option will have the elements of it, defining it in clearer drawing.
It's the first of the general comments.
General, right.
First one is general, SW.
Okay. Okay, so Mr. Dempsey can pick up the detail of that, but essentially it seems they're asking for something to be covered in the Stage 3 assessment, and we're agreeing to cover it in the Stage 3 assessment. So I'm not seeing an issue there in terms of the Stage 2 assessment.
Well, that is exactly what we had read into that. The problem is, as we understand it, once you've progressed to the Stage 3 assessment, the route option's been decided. So they couldn't then look backwards to say, well, we have this new information. It's not going to inform the route assessment. and that's the difficulty that we have with the documents that we have there. That it seems to demonstrate the problem that the statutory consultees had. They couldn't really look at the route assessment in the detail they would like because they didn't have the information. That information was then only forthcoming as part of the stage 3 process, where the route options had already been decided.
But they haven't asked for it to be included in the stage 2, bearing in mind this is a comment on a draft, and there was time to, the point was to have dialogue over the draft. What they've asked for is it to be included at stage 3. So by implication, they're saying it's not material to whether they can make a decision on the route option.
Sorry, can I just be clear? When you're saying you provided them with a draft, that was before stage 2?
It was before we finalised stage 2, so there was we hadn't made any decisions at that stage, but there's effectively a sort of mini EIA light that is done around the route options, and to make sure that we'd captured all the issues and it was going to be in a form that the statutory bodies could understand. We shared the draft with them. Because going back to the SEA stage, what they were concerned is they had a statutory right to be consulted at SEA stage, and then they have a statutory right at the ES stage. But that bit in the middle where we're looking at route options and looking at mitigation, they were concerned that they were going to miss that big chunk. So this was one of the ways that we said that we would help bring them along with us.
It seems odd, doesn't it, that they would ask for information to help them understand the route options, but not ask for that to be provided until stage 3?
Until stage 3, yeah.
That's factually what happened, though.
That's what it says there. I mean, I couldn't swear to you I could remember every detail of it, and Mr. Dempsey might be able to go into the specifics of that information, but what that box there says is they were asking for it at stage 3.
Okay. Mr. Milne, I think I'd definitely like to hear more about that, and if Mr. Dempsey's the appropriate witness, that'd be fine. Sorry, Mr. Bax.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Can we agree to come back to that particular issue? Because I think it is quite an important. It is perhaps a follow-up point, so apologies for it. But just before we leave the position of the statutory consultees, I refer to 12.8, to 12.8 of your full recognition. You refer to the objector's comment that the statutory bodies can only be as good as the data they receive, and you defend Transport Scotland's position by indicating the extent of your significant engagement with the consultees. Yet, even now, PKHT in document TS409-75 this document says that the process of the design manual for roads and bridges, DMRB stage 1 to 3 consultation between 2015 and early 2018 was inadequate, and that in the DMRB guidelines for Scotland, where the line of the road is decided before intrusive field evaluation can be carried out, is flawed and also in need of revision. Would you agree with that?
Sorry, could you tell me again where you're reading from?
This is TS409-75.
Page 415.
Okay.
page 416.
Yeah.
Apologies.
I think I'm going to point you to Mr. Dempsey for that because it's quite a specialist.
Sorry, you think that is
I'm going to point you to Mr. Dempsey for
Dempsey.
that. It's quite a specialist issue.
okay? Okay, we'll perhaps come back to that. We recognise that you're doing more than required to do under the regulations in the context of consultation. However, I think the point that I wanted to make was that we feel that there's a slightly different understanding of the word consultation in the process. I wonder if I could get your comments about that. The community felt that it was informed of decisions rather than consulted on them. And in the minutes of the meeting when the working group met you for the first time, November, 29th of November 2017, documents TS160-26. Would you agree that although, despite your efforts, that the community was confused about key elements of the plan, even at that very late stage?
Well, I suppose I can only really give you quite a subjective response to that, but I don't think confused would be the word I would use, because you had previously constructed quite a long list of fairly technical questions, and you'd clearly been through the DMRB Stage 2 report that we had shared with you. Didn't seem to get any sense that you were confused by any of that.
We're, going one step back, I think the setting up of the working group and that whole process in 2017 was a sign of our slight exasperation with the process. We didn't get the DMRB2 report until a year after it was completed. We also didn't see any lay-bys on the map until November 2016, and the questions that we posed, the 88 questions we posed, was trying to make up that information gap as we saw it at the time. And I appreciate that you're saying you did more than was strictly necessary under the consultation, but we still had all these difficulties with the process. Perhaps just to give a bit of background, I think would you agree that the confusion that we had was merited, or would you say otherwise?
No, I don't think I would agree. I think the problem is, obviously, this is probably the first time you've been through a process like this. Things like, for example, the laybys, they were included in, I think, every public exhibition, signposting that those would come at a certain point, but they're not a consideration in terms of route options, so they come in later on, the same with sudspons and localised access and things like that. So they have to come at the right time in the process, which was why we'd gone to pains to explain how the process would work at the start. So I suppose I can accept that you were confused in the sense that you've not been through that process before. And one of the reasons that we don't generally share a DMRB Stage 2 report with people unless they ask for it is because it's a volume of information there, and that can actually create a lot of confusion in its own. Now, I think in this case, our perception was that helped a bit because it seemed to reflect the sort of questions you had could then be answered in part by that report. But I didn't get any sense that you were just completely bamboozled about the process, if that's the question.
Okay. You were quite critical, though, of the fact that we took a while to understand the implications and come out with the criticism of the route option, by which stage you felt it was too late to revisit that. And I'm just interested in that. It is quite a familiar point that you've raised on a number of occasions, that you published the route options in November 2016, but you didn't get any feedback from us until 2017 concerning our objections to that route option assessment. But my point is that it does take a while to understand the complexities, so it's perhaps understandable to put it in that context.
So I suppose our confusion on our side was that people had engaged with us up until that point, and in fact, I think both you and Ms. McLaughlin did feedback after the preferred route announcement. So there was never any, we had never any indication that you didn't understand what you were feeding back on. So that's why, and you've been very consistent in your view through the process that you favoured southbound widening, and you came back after the preferred route announcement in 2016 on that, and then built on it again in 2017. So there was no indication there that you didn't understand the process. What we then saw in 2017, there were more people, I guess, understanding. You would tell us that what was happening there. But it wasn't like we didn't hear anything from anybody. You understood what was being put out there.
Okay. Thank you for that. Just on one specific area that you do raise to show the engagement worked was on the sheer glass quarry and providing access to that. And you say that was as a result of our engagement as a community, that people in Killiecrankie were subjected to a lot of lorry movements from the sheer glass quarry going through the village. And therefore you've made provision for in-out access directly for the quarry onto the A9. Obviously we appreciate that. However, to put that decision in context, we do understand from Sheer Glass itself that they had requested this. In fact, in TS 160 spot 32, the spokesman from the quarry explained to Community Council how they had lobbied extensively for it. So it wasn't just engagement from the council, from the community that led to that.
No, and I think I said that earlier on. Breedon were probably the quickest off the mark of anybody on this programme to come to us and say that's what they would like. One of the issues for us, setting aside the fact that it didn't fit with the strategy we had set out for accesses at the time, is that when a commercial developer effectively comes and asks for an access off a trunk road, that usually creates a whole pile of paperwork and a load of hoops to jump through, because we can't just simply go around giving some people access and not others. So, but once you start to layer on top of that community impacts, community views, you get a much better justification for doing something.
Am I right in thinking, though, that in that specific instance, although they don't have direct access at the moment, they do have negotiated access onto the A9 for nighttime operation. And there's also a neighbouring dwelling at Glackmore, which would have had to have provided some form of access. Those two areas would also...
I don't know about the second point. Mr. Robertson might be able to help you with that. On the first point, yes, I think even when Breedon first came out to speak to us, they had restricted access onto the A9 at night.
If I can move on to just discussing the alternative design a little bit. This was made available to us in October 2019 and shows the details and impacts of southbound widening. Would you now agree that perhaps we could have had this assessment a little bit earlier? And for all parties, it may have been very useful, not only to us but also the statutory consultees, to have had that information so that they could make a fairer comparison of the route options at that stage.
So that design is a development of the Stage 2 design. So the statutory consultees had seen, everyone had seen a Stage 2 southbound design. The reason we developed it more recently is so that it would be, we thought, helpful, to be honest, if we were going to have a because at the time we did that, all the indications were that actually as a group you favoured southbound because of what had been said in the past. So we weren't clear that you had changed your mind or pulled back from that position. So we felt that it would be helpful for this process to develop the southbound option to the same level of effectively a DMRB Stage 3 level. So you can see the SUDs and you can see the accesses. It would have been lovely for us all to have had it earlier, but it just wasn't available.
Okay. Perhaps not brought up directly on your recognition, but can I just ask you a couple of points about contractors' responsibilities, particularly with regards to noise assessments, although if you want to defer this to a later witness, that would be fine. But we're just interested in that. We understand that if there's an exceedance of levels stated in the ES after the opening of the scheme, that the contractor would have to come up with suitable mitigation measures to reduce the residual impact back to what was specified in the ES. Is that still the case, or are we looking at the numbers as produced, the different numbers as produced in the refined report, or will the ES still be the benchmark for?
It works in an impact assessment, but it's quite technical, so I think I'm going to refer you to Dr. Palmer for that. Okay. On contractual commitments, the position is still the same, that the contractor is required to manage the impacts down to those presented in the environmental statement. And then moving forward, Transport Scotland now has responsibilities for noise across the network as part of its noise action plan work. So we don't disappear, even when the contractor's disappeared. We have responsibilities there too.
Again, another final point on that. Do you have any comment to make on what mitigation measures post the event would be acceptable? Or is that, again, quite a technical point?
It's technical and slightly abstract because we don't know there's an issue. So it would be hard to comment on how you would fix an unknown issue.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Blewett. No more questions.
Mr. Campbell, do you have much for this witness? Okay. I think we'll take a comfort break then. So let's break until 11:40. Thanks. Mr. Campbell.
So thank you. I'm obliged. Good morning, Dr. Blewett. In your principal recognition, which is the document I'll be working off, you describe yourself as the program manager for the A9 dualling program. Could you explain to the inquiry what that means, please?
Yes, I am responsible for the day-to-day management of the various elements of the programme, so oversight of the 11 projects that are involved there and the design development work.
So that's for the whole dualling programme from Inverness to Perth?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. As programme manager, do you have any personal input into route selection?
Yes, I'm involved in the discussions that go on around the various topic areas and how that decision is then recommended to senior management within Transport Scotland.
Would it be fair to describe you as a collector of contributions, a collator of contributions, with a view to putting them forward to your own senior management, your own directorate?
Yes, that would be fair, yeah.
Thank you. In 1.3, you talk about statutory processes. I'd just like to be clear what you mean by that.
So taking schemes from usually a government commitment through the development process to the publication of the draft orders, environmental statement, and then the inquiry process.
All the processes up to the point of draft orders being confirmed.
Yes, and some input if there are things like Lands Tribunal cases further on down the line.
Or judicial challenges.
Not been there yet, but in theory, yes.
I'll try and spare you for that one. Right, thank you. You mentioned as an example the A9 dualling between Lunkerty and Burnham, which is something we've all had to work our way through as we get to this inquiry. That's quite a long section. Are there parallels with the section we're considering in this inquiry?
Yes, in the sense that it's an online widening scheme, so it'd be very similar type of arrangement. Okay. Mr. Robertson could probably explain a bit more about that.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're the program manager, so
yes, I
you've
manage
oversighted
the
whole thing.
program rather than the works.
Yeah. Would you mind pulling the microphone just a little
yes.
closer to you? It's my fault. I've got you on my deaf side today. Harder to hear you. In particular, looking at, from a car, looking at the Lunkerty to Burnham section, we can see the widespread impact of the earthworks. Do you consider that what we can see there, whether we pause to look at it or just drive through it, presents any sort of a visual parallel with what we might expect between Killiecrankie and Glen Garry?
Again, Mr. Robertson would give you a much better idea of how the scheme will be constructed, but I've no reason to believe it would be any different.
Thank you. If you turn to 4.1, please, the bottom of page 3, you set out 3 what I might call economic growth criteria: improving journey time reliability, safety, and potentially saving costs for businesses. Can I take it that those criteria, if that's what they are, really apply across the whole route, not just in this section?
Sorry, Mr. Campbell, could you tell me again where you are?
I'm in 4.1 at the foot of page 3. Should be on it.
Yeah.
Just take your time.
Yes, that's correct.
Take your time.
Yes, that's correct.
That applies across the whole route.
That applies across the whole programme.
Would it be fair to describe those really as political criteria rather than engineering criteria? That's part of the ambition for the new road, isn't it?
I think there are operational criteria, so transport planning might be more accurate than engineering.
Okay, I'll accept that from you. Thank you. And at the end of that paragraph, just passing on to the next page, there's a reference to 33 kilometres. Can I just understand what that refers to, please?
That is the length that comes from the existing dual carriageway plus the scheme. So the scheme itself is the 21.6 kilometres,
Yeah.
and then there's the length of existing dual carriageway over the viaduct at Killiecrankie.
Okay, so that's another 12, or thereabout.
Yes.
11.4, actually.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Okay, and in the next following paragraph, 4.2, you talk about relieving the operational issues. Now, those of us who come from the north of Scotland know all about operational issues on the A9, but is there anything specific to which you refer there, you have in mind when you're writing this?
The main issue is the driver frustration issue on the A9. So the lack of overtaking, the mixture of slow-moving vehicles, tourist vehicles, and people trying to go about their commuting business, and that whole frustration where people are sitting in platoons, that's the operational issue.
Okay, thank you, that's clear. I'm going to try and work through this recognition just in the order you've presented the evidence without repeating myself, so forgive me if I do that, but I'm just trying to hit on the points that affect my clients at the moment. As you know, I'm here for the House of Arad LLP and not for any wider issues,
Okay.
unless they overlap. Could you go to 7.9, please? You say there, in some circumstances, mitigation for losses as a consequence of the scheme can be provided as physical works undertaken by Transport Scotland's contractor with the landowner's agreement. Might one cite as an example an improvement in boundary treatment between adjacent land and the new A9, or the new road?
In some circumstances.
Travelling north between Dalrady and Kincraig, there is a farm on the left, famous actually for its sheepdogs, which has a long section of dry stone wall, which is not in fact dry stone wall, it's got a cement core, but it looks like a dry stone wall. That's the sort of thing I have in mind as a boundary treatment.
So that wall, as I recall, was, I think, upgraded rather than built from scratch. I might be wrong about that, but it came out of a discussion with the National Park at that time about visual treatment of the scheme to make it fit within the landscape context.
The National Park, but not with the farmer.
The farmer agreed to it.
Yeah. Perhaps not surprisingly.
No.
The point of the question, though, in relation to this paragraph, is to ascertain who makes the judgment, or who might make the judgment about discretionary physical improvements, such as you refer to here in 7.1.
So in 7.9, those are generally, accommodation works is generally something that you would see in lieu of compensation, so it would need to be justified on the basis that there is a compensatable event there. So it's not quite the same as the wall at Kincraig, where there was an additional visual treatment that was agreed between the statutory bodies.
Yeah, but that particular statutory body is the National Park, which has got, if I may put it this way, aesthetic considerations high on its agenda. We don't seem to have that quite so much here. What I would like to find out from you is it part of Transport Scotland's job to consider physical boundary treatments, or is it part of Jacob's job, or is it part of the contractor's job, if those, sorry, it's a long question, if those physical boundary treatments should turn out to be, on balance, desirable?
Ultimately, it's a Transport Scotland decision. The justification for them, some of them will be accommodation works, which we're effectively looking at a like-for-like replacement. Some of them may have parts of them that then support the scheme mitigation. So, for example, at this location, we are talking about a wall because it provides noise mitigation. That would be part of the scheme. It would not be an accommodation work. Either way, it falls to Transport Scotland ultimately.
And should there be, or should one understand that there might be some equivalence between the cost of physical boundary treatments and the cost of compensation, calculated, of course, theoretically, before agreement is made to provide physical boundary treatments?
Not if they are necessary as part of the scheme, because they simply become a scheme cost as part of the mitigation.
Okay. So just to give you an example, make sure you understand what I'm saying. Suppose theoretically calculation was compensation was notionally calculated at this stage of £100,000, and the wall cost £250,000. You wouldn't necessarily rule that out if the wall could be justified, or a wall. Sorry.
If the wall is justified because it is mitigating the effects of the scheme, it works independently of the compensation because it will be the Scottish Minister's wall.
Okay. Right. Thank you. Now I'd like to move to 8.1, a matter that Mr. Bax touched on, which is the publication of the new WHO guidelines. I'm afraid I didn't understand all of your answer. Do you say that those are guidelines that ultimately will have to be taken into account, or in the alternative, are they something that may be taken into account?
Yes, it's the latter. There needs to be a consideration across government and local authorities because it affects such a wide range of issues.
I'm sorry, I don't think that's quite an answer. I'm talking not across the whole of government. I'm talking about this stage of this bigger project. Are you saying...
They're not being considered here because there needs to be a wider discussion across government about whether the new WHO guidance is something that Scottish Government as a whole will pick up.
Who says? Who says they need to be considered across government, as you put it?
The discussions I've had within government.
Right. Could you be wrong about that?
Could I be wrong about whether it needs to be discussed in government?
No. Could you be wrong about the application of those guidelines to this part of the bigger project?
No.
You couldn't?
No.
So shouldn't a neighbour who is exposed to noise which he might otherwise not be exposed to if the guidelines were properly applied, shouldn't he therefore have cause for complaint?
No, because the guidelines or the policy doesn't come with any status. It's simply an update of whose position. Whether or not we decide to adopt that is a matter for government to consider.
That's your evidence, is it, that the WHO guidelines do not have an enforceable status?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. Well, we can perhaps disagree about that, but
Okay.
at least I know what your position is. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Campbell, can I just interrupt for a bit of clarification there? So, Dr. Blewett, CD411 is the previous guidelines, but you've submitted a TS document, and I can't recall the reference number just at the minute. And my question is, in that TS document explaining the relevance of these guidelines, is it clearly stated what the status or significance of the new guidelines is? If I go looking in there, will I find confirmation as to what's going on at Scottish Government level in regard to those?
You will, in the sense that there has been no discussion at a Scottish Government level at the moment, apart from informal conversations about how is this going to be addressed. But the problem is it doesn't sit with Transport Scotland in isolation to make a decision.
Okay, thanks for that. Mr. Campbell.
Can we try and pin that number down so that the reporter has it for his notes? Perhaps Mr. Mill can help. TS-208. I'm obliged. TS-208, which is now on the screen, without going to it, contains chapters on the purpose of the guidelines, their status, and, at least in the view of Transport Scotland, their relevance to the scheme. Are you the author of that? Or was it written under your supervision?
Probably a bit of both.
A bit of both. Okay, thank you. That's 200 and, thank you, 8. So I think that comes to be perhaps a question for Dr. Palmer later on, but also for a submission. Now, if we could move along to 11.3. I've been much assisted by document TS-211 in the way that it lays out the various policies that apply. However, I've not been much assisted by your recognition as to the balancing process. We have, in no particular order, we have environmental policies, we have planning policies, we have roads and transport policies, and now we know we have noise policies as well, whatever their status. So what I'd like to try to get to is an understanding of who carries out the balancing process which you are referring to at 11.3.
Okay, so Mrs. McMillan will pick up some of this in her evidence, but effectively there are various layers of checks and balances that go on and discussions that go on. So each of the topic areas is assessed individually by a specialist. Mm-hmm. And then the team is brought together with Transport Scotland at kind of my level to have a look at how those things fit together in the round, how things can be mitigated, what is important coming out of the consultation to try and develop an overall position. That position then gets referred to TS senior management, who then undertake another challenge function, because the next step is then to advise ministers on the recommendation.
All right, well, let's just pause there.
Okay.
What is it that goes to TS senior management? I'm afraid up to now I had assumed that you were part of that senior management, but I think I'm taking from your evidence that perhaps you're not, and there's another layer of directors or whatever you call them.
That's correct,
above
yes.
you.
Yes, that's correct.
So they're getting a briefing from you following a brainstorming session with all your contributors who are sitting out here in the room.
Yeah, and the assessment work that's been done. So
Yeah.
they get effectively a briefing, and they are all civil engineers or transport planners with a lot of experience, so they also operate a challenge function on that.
What do you mean by a challenge function?
So, we will come along with recommendations and set out the reasons why things have been recommended in a certain way. They will almost certainly try and unpick that to make sure that they understand all the implications of that, because they will be, very aware that the next step is to take that to ministers, and that everybody needs to be very clear of the reasons why things are being done a certain way.
Could we just understand what it is that the senior level get in front of them? It's a characteristic of government that as projects go higher and higher up the tree, the amount of paper becomes less and less. This inquiry is, we're fortunate to be able to, and thank you very much, fortunate to be able to operate electronically to a large extent, but at the moment we're quite paper heavy looking at all the contributions that have been made. Now, when your work goes to your senior management, they're presumably getting a sort of reduction of the processes that you've carried out.
And we go at various stages. So just to clarify, are you talking about the route options choice stage?
Yes, I am.
Right, okay. So what they will get is a covering summary briefing. They will get the draft DMRB Stage 2 report in its entirety, linked to that. And generally speaking, we will go along and give a presentation, maybe using one of the fly-throughs or something to talk through the key issues as we go through that, so they get a package of information.
Right. And these are people, are they accustomed to doing this so that they know where perhaps your weak points are and where the challenge might be presented to you?
Yeah, these are people that have been through doing promotion of schemes themselves, so yes, they have some experience in that.
Right. Now, in the paragraph to which I took you, which is 11.3, you say the promoter has to balance various policies and standards to recommend an overall scheme. So where you refer there to the promoter, you're obviously talking about Transport Scotland. Are you talking about a recommendation at your level, or does your level simply present the information without a recommendation?
No, there's a recommendation that we make that is either adopted or sent back for further analysis.
Okay. So when we talk about the balancing process here, we're really talking about yourself and your team.
Yeah.
Is that right, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if you'll just forgive me for half a second. If you could turn in TS 211 to paragraph 4.2. Perfect. You see the heading here, legislative framework to decisions on road orders. And by decisions, I take it you mean decisions to confirm or reject the draft order.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, you refer in 4.2.1 to Schedule 1 of the Roads Act, which I don't need to take you to. You note in 4.2.2 that the scheme falls within the definition of development, and you note what happens there when development is by a statutory undertaker or by compulsory purchase. And then at 4.2.3, which is of interest to me, you talk about the Planning Listed Buildings and Conservation Act, which has a general requirement when determinations are made under the Planning Acts to take account of desirability of preserving a listed building in its setting. And so it's obviously to that I want to refer. Now, you refer there at 4.2.3, you refer us on to 4.4, which is at page 21 of the PDF. And I think .4.5 is probably the starting point for these questions. You quote Section 59, which is the general requirement. I'm sure you're familiar enough with it, and you too, sir, but if you're not, no doubt you'll tell me and we can look at it in detail. 4.4.6, it's necessary to consider Section 59 in its entirety. Now, by consider, do you mean just look at, or do you mean apply?
I think I'm going to point you at Mr. Dempsey for that.
Well, Mr. Dempsey's not a lawyer. He's an archaeologist, or sometimes he calls himself a historian, but he's not a lawyer, and you're the program manager. So this is a criterion which is set by statute, which you've accepted applies and ought to be considered by the promoter. We don't need to argue about that.
Okay.
What I want to know is whether you regard it as in some way compelling, or simply one of the bits in the balance which you refer to in your recognition at 11.3.
I'm not a lawyer either, but I think what we're saying there is that we need to consider the whole thing as drafted. Mm-hmm. And in this case, it has been considered.
Right. Well, that may be or may not be, but we'll come to that if we may.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. The section strikes, doesn't it, at both the listed building and its setting. That's what it refers to.
Yeah.
And it also strikes at the desirability of preserving because of architectural or historic features which it possesses or which they possess. Would you agree with me then that anybody looking at this section would need to consider both the building and its setting?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. And in order to understand what the building is, we can define it, because it's got four corners. In order to understand what a setting is, a judgment's required, isn't it? Because a setting can be variable.
I don't know. Mr. Dempsey would be able to tell you about that. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. I'm quite keen to find out, in the process of weighting the considerations for you to be able to make a sensible presentation to your board or your next level up, I'm quite keen to find out what weight is given to what looks like a statutory requirement. As distinct, forgive me, it's not a very good question. What weight should be given to a statutory requirement as distinct from, for example, a policy requirement or guidance?
Yeah. So I think these are things that are basically set out within the assessment for each topic area. So, you know, these things are considered and their importance is reflected to the board. But there's not a numbering system that says that's number
not a
one.
Scoring system.
There's no scoring system. We have used scoring systems in the past, but people just like to play games with the numbers then. So
it calls for the exercise of judgment, doesn't it? A, as to whether it applies further up the scoring or further down the scoring, and B, if it does apply, what it actually means in the context.
yeah, it calls for professional judgment.
Yeah. And would you agree with me then that in the case of Arran House, it's probably necessary to define as accurately as possible what the house's setting is before this section can be applied?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's good. Now, this is a small matter, but important nonetheless. 4.4.7 in TS 211. 4.4.7 in TS 211. You will see in line 5, beg your pardon, 6, in bold, paragraph 14.2.13 of document CD18 and paragraph 14.2.12, document CD21. See that? This is not a trick question, but you say in this sentence, the DMRB Stage 2 makes specific reference to the provisions of Section 59. Now, would you take it from me that it does so in relation to the building, but it does not do so in relation to the setting of the building?
I've no reason to dispute that, if that's what you say.
Yep. And you contend, don't you, further down in this paragraph, that the approach to assessing impacts has been undertaken using the historic document guidance, the Historic Scotland guidance. Sorry, I'm still calling them Historic Scotland. HES guidance. That's the criteria which have been applied, presumably by Mr. Dempsey.
Mr. Dempsey, yeah.
That's right. Yeah. And the conclusion then is that applying the section, the development will not have a significant effect on the building or its setting. And then in the last line, the threshold of avoiding serious detriment to the building has not been breached. So once again, the focus, It's nobody's fault, but it's just a matter of semantics, really. The focus is on the building, isn't it? Not necessarily on the building and its setting.
That's what those words say, yes. It might be a better question for Mr. Dempsey.
Well, I'm sure that's right, but you're the manager, so...
Yeah, I'm not an expert, though.
I bet you will be by the end of this. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Um, 12.6, quickly. You say in the last sentence, it is not the role of the statutory bodies to approve anything. I didn't read that very well, I'm sorry, try again. It's not the role of the statutory bodies to approve anything, but to provide their feedback, which Transport Scotland must balance in reaching a decision. Now, with respect, an objection from a statutory body would hold up the process, wouldn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
And if maintained, it would bring a statutory body to an inquiry like this.
That's correct,
Yeah.
yes.
Have you got experience of that?
No.
In the case of Historic Environment Scotland, do you know what they were shown in order to allow them to make a decision and ultimately to withdraw their objection?
Yes.
What were they shown?
They were shown various things. Memory's failing me, but they were shown the refined design. They were shown, well, before that we agreed the scope of the additional survey works with them that they were hoping to see. Then we met them out to look at the survey. They were shown the refined design. The amendments that we had made, so we had a discussion with them around the movement of SUDs, whether or not the lay-by could be moved. There was a meeting around that. I think most of this is documented in the file.
Was it any part of their response or recommendation to you that the lay-by have the dual purpose of being a lay-by and also being a place where people could stop to take in the view of the battlefield of Killiecrankie?
No.
And would it be fair to say that their decision was determined by the absence of positive findings from the survey, from the archaeological survey that was carried out?
The decision to withdraw the
decision
objection?
To withdraw the objection.
I don't know.
You must have some idea.
Well, I would have to look at the response they gave us.
So we can get that for ourselves, can we,
Yeah,
from the response they give us? Okay. Now, still talking about the hurdles you as a team have to cross to get this project past your board, as it were. Can I call them a board? Or senior level?
Yeah.
Could you go to 12.10? You say it is about the promoter seeking a good balanced decision that minimises the risk of failure to obtain overall approval from the Scottish ministers. So you seem to be setting, if I read this correctly, you seem to be setting another, as it were, criterion for decision making, the risk of failure to get a positive response from your board or response from ministers. So what I'd like to ask you is, assuming you get through your senior level, what further scrutiny does the scheme get before it can be signed off?
Well, the ultimate sign-off comes at the end of this process, when ministers decide whether
I understand
or not
that,
to
but
proceed.
I'm sure you understand that's not really what I'm asking you. Your team decides that it can make a recommendation,
Yes.
and it backs that up with appropriate material. It sends it upstairs.
Uh-huh.
Upstairs,
Yeah.
look at it. There may be challenges. You overcome the challenges. Then what happens to it?
It progresses to the next stage of the DMRB assessment.
Which is?
Sorry, we also inform ministers of the recommendation,
Yeah.
give them an opportunity to say we don't agree.
Well, how can they do that?
How can they do that?
How can they possibly be equipped to do that?
Well, they will look at it from the point of view of the evidence we provide them.
We're not talking about individual ministers, are we? We're talking about another team of Scottish Office civil servants who will be looking at the work that your board has done. Your board, in turn, looked at the work that you've done.
No, at that stage we're looking at an individual minister. There's two. So our board, at route option stage, if we've got a preferred route and it's gone past the board, we will then inform the minister that that's the recommendation. Yeah. And he will, our minister, so the Minister for Transport or whatever he happens to be called at the time. So that is not a statutory decision on proceeding with the scheme. That is simply a gate to say, I'm content you move forward.
Are you saying to us that the minister really doesn't have a choice if he gets a positive recommendation? I say he, but it could be he or she, of course. Or are you saying the minister exercises some sort of qualitative control over the recommendation that he or she gets from Transport Scotland?
Yes, he does.
How can he do that?
Why would he not
or
be
how
able
can a
to do that?
politician, not to be in any way gratuitous, but how can a politician who's perhaps not come from an engineering background or a transport background possibly make an informed decision about a recommendation from his senior civil servants?
Well, my experience of working with ministers is that they are very aware of the issues around their policies and are quite capable of having an informed discussion and certainly capable of asking questions if they need to.
I'm sure that's right. But you would accept from me, I'm sure, that in general they don't have the engineering qualifications to make a refined, informed, qualitative decision about aspects of the route selection, such as you do, for example, or many of the people sitting in the room do.
But the decision-making here is not dominated necessarily by engineering. There's a number of factors involved, which is what we've been saying, and ministers are quite capable of balancing their own position across a number of factors.
And do you say that that is a matter that's carried out by ministers or by ministers' staff?
I don't know. We get a response from the minister. I've had direct discussions with ministers over these issues.
In the paragraph to which I took you, 1210, you talked about the risk of failure. Are you really saying there is a different or an additional criterion that you must overcome? Is there some way we can understand what you mean by risk of failure?
So this is about the thing we talked about right at the beginning, which is making sure that we are open and transparent and we feed in as much information as we can into the assessment so that ultimately at the end of this process we don't suddenly find that the Scottish ministers are making the decision to proceed, look at that information and say there's something missing or that people haven't had a fair opportunity to participate.
Could you turn on just to the next page, 13.4 of your precognition, please? If I look at the last four lines of that paragraph, just if I could read them with you. An A9 corridor that avoided the battlefield completely could not be supported because of the environmental disbenefits of a near offline corridor, the balance of impacts leading to an online widening scheme. Can you help me to understand, please, what those environmental disbenefits were perceived to be?
There was an assessment, so it wasn't a perception. There was some work done around alignment to look at where a near offline would go, and it would go through, it would affect a special area of conservation and some triple SIs. And I believe, it's documented obviously in the SEA, that there would be some building demolition as well.
Yeah. To the north or south?
To the south.
to the south.
To the south. There is a drawing somewhere.
Yes, indeed. Across. We won't waste time going to
Okay.
it. That's across the River Garry, isn't it?
I believe so. I would need to look at the drawing.
All right. So your evidence is, as the program manager, that it's not possible to avoid the battlefield completely.
I don't think an engineer would ever tell you something's not possible, but the outcome of that assessment was it wasn't favourable.
In my profession, we say engineers can do anything if you pay them enough.
Fair enough.
All right. Thank you. And in 13.5, by saying creating infrastructure on the battlefield, you mean building the road over the battlefield. All right, thank you. I'm going to move a little faster now. I hope, anyway. I'd like to ask you a question about earthworks balance. I know that there may be other witnesses who will touch on this. But as I understand it, it's possible to measure the amount of cut ground and the amount of fill that you need and do a sum. And either you need to import fill or you need to export it. If it's the latter, how customarily is it disposed of?
Generally speaking, we would leave it up to a contractor to sort that out, but there would be incentives for him to try and find places. If it's suitable material, not all material is suitable to be reused, but if it could be reused, it would be reused somewhere else.
Of course. So it's possible, is it, that it could be reused further up the line? Or
It's
elsewhere on the line, sorry.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But necessarily it involves transportation.
Yes. Yes.
Is there a sort of notional number at which this becomes important, a number of tons? And clearly this can't be mathematically certain, but, sorry, it's two questions really. What sort of percentage of confidence do we have in the calculations that have been done? That's the first question. And the second question is there a number above which it matters, below which, therefore, it doesn't matter?
I don't think I can answer either of those questions. It would be Ms. McMillan or Mr. Robertson.
Okay. Moving on, why do you say that the refined design doesn't require an adjunct or an additional section, an addendum to the environmental statement?
Because there are no changes to the residual impacts reported in the environmental statement.
Right. Okay, I understand that. Thank you. If I could talk to you now a little bit about southbound alignment, potential southbound alignment, and just try to understand in general terms, from the point of view of URAD, why the northbound alignment has been preferred.
Okay, Mrs. McMillan will pick that up in her evidence.
Would you rather that I just left it for her?
I think that would
Okay.
make more
Well, I'll
sense,
do
yeah.
that. That's fine. Can I talk to you about lay-bys? As I understand it, what's proposed, as matters stand, is the closure of the existing northbound lay-by immediately north of Arad House. Sorry, you're looking at 16. Page 23.
What is proposed is the relocation of that lay-by.
Yeah, but the closure, first of all, of the existing lay-by.
in theory, it could work in 2 stages, but effectively it's the relocation of that lay-by.
All right. You're just going a little faster than I was. It's okay. Close one and open another one further south.
Yes.
And the lay-by further south, it's obviously on the northbound carriageway, or the new northbound carriageway. Is it the same size, or will it be bigger?
It will be bigger. Mr. Robertson will explain some of the sort of technical engineering side of that.
I'm sure. I'm just want to.
Yeah.
I said I was going to ask you questions in general terms.
Yeah,
about
that's
this.
fine.
Does a lay-by have a function other than a place to pull over?
No.
Does it have a tourism function?
Not in this case.
Okay. Is there a discretion available to the designer of a route as to how often there have to be lay-bys?
Yes.
Sorry, how frequently?
Yes, there's some
There is a
discretion.
discretion.
Yes.
And do you understand how that discretion operates? Sorry, should operate.
Well, it's a question of professional judgment based on the spacing. There is a spacing in DMRB that Mr. Robertson will explain,
Right.
which is very difficult to achieve because lay-bys can only go certain distances from junctions and things like that. So it's very difficult to achieve that. So you have to then, you're left taking a view on who's using the route, what the need for the lay-bys might be, and how frequently they can be spaced.
Okay. The DMRB gives directions about lay-bys or guidance?
It's not a mandatory spacing. It says 2.5 kilometres, but it's not mandatory.
Okay. And does it give guidelines to a reader as to how he or she should exercise discretion?
I don't know. That would be a question for Mr. Robertson.
Okay. This lay-by, replacing the existing northbound lay-by, will be slightly larger. Will it be divorced from the carriageway, or will it simply be a pull-in?
There'll be a separation island.
Separation
All
island.
the new lay-bys will be of that form.
Okay. May I just have a moment, sir? Opposite Arad, where there is an existing lay-by, it's proposed, I think, to create a southbound lay-by more or less opposite the place where the existing one is. Is that right?
I don't know. You'd have to ask Mr.
You
Robertson.
don't know. That would necessarily, if it were correct, involve the taking of land from the landowner on the north side of the existing A9.
Again, I don't know. It might not be as clear-cut as that. I'd have to have a look at the plans.
I think you're saying to me that Mr. Robertson's the man to ask
I
about
think
this.
so, yes.
That's right, is it? Okay. Do you accept that the provision of lay-bys next to a private property can be regarded by the owner of that property as something of a nuisance?
Yes.
Litter and worse have been features of the existing lay-by as far as Arad is concerned. To some extent mitigated by the provision of a high fence, a 6-foot, 7-foot fence. Yeah?
Yeah.
With the new lay-by, will there be such a fence?
There will be a wall.
Yeah. And that wall will be about 1 metre in height, I think.
I think that's right,
Is that right?
yes. Yes. And I think we've also committed to some planting and some lower level fencing.
Yeah. Planting, of course, will take time to come away. And
Yeah.
then the ground, I think, falls away, so there'll be some lower level fencing below that. Okay. This lay-by, this proposed lay-by doesn't have a tourist ambition of any sort. It doesn't have a viewpoint or a standing stone with a arrows or anything of that sort?
No.
All right, well, we'll come back to Mr. Robertson on that, if we may. And I think I'm right in understanding that Dr. Palmer will tell us about any noise attenuation issues
Yes, he will.
right along the length of the Arad boundary, will he?
Yes.
Yeah. One of the difficulties which the northbound alignment is said to create for Arad is the removal of the existing bund between the private land and the road, which, as you know, has both visual screening characteristics and also noise attenuation characteristics. In the minds of Arad Estate, that's a pretty good reason for the southbound alignment, or their proposal for a southbound alignment. What do you understand the principal reason to be for not accepting that the southbound alignment could be a successful outcome?
I think given the work that we have now done, we have concerns about the impact on the battlefield.
Can you keep your voice up?
Sorry. Given the work that we've now done, we have concerns about the impact on the battlefield.
Sorry, I'm sure it's my fault. Maybe not. I didn't get the question right. Arad Estate's position throughout has been that if you're going to widen the A9 at this point, and they accept that that's necessary, that you should do so on the northbound side. On the southbound side. I beg your pardon. On the southbound side. Take land from the field, which belongs to Arad, on the north side of the existing A9. Yeah?
Yeah.
What do you understand to be the principal reason why that isn't going to happen?
Because, as Mrs. McMillan will explain, that's not the scheme that we're comfortable to promote.
No, I know that.
Yeah.
But what do you understand to be the principal reason? May I give you a little list?
Okay.
We're told that traffic control may be more difficult. We're told that the bridge work over the Altgarnig, which is one of the streams, will require an additional structure. We're told that the road join between the two carriageways may create difficulty. We're told that sightlines may not be possible to achieve. I just want to know, from your point of view as the manager, what you perceive to be the main difficulty.
Okay, so there's two parts to that. That list is what we came up with when we made the decision at stage 2.
Yeah.
Now, when you're looking at an online widening scheme of the nature of the A9, quite often there won't be a principal thing. There'll be a number of subtle differences that lead you to an outcome, because actually, these alignments are not, it's not like we're bypassing one way or another. Some of these route option decisions for other schemes are much more clear-cut, get much more differential. So in terms of a clear-cut decision at that point, there probably wasn't one element. There were a number of things. But having revised or had another look at that work to bring it up to the equivalent DMRB Stage 3 to inform the inquiry, my understanding is there is now a more significant impact on the battlefield.
If there were a more significant impact on the battlefield as far as we know where it was, that would indicate that a southbound widening should take place, shouldn't it?
No, sorry, I wasn't clear. The development of the southbound widening scheme, which we called the alternative design in TS206, has now demonstrated an impact on the battlefield, an increased impact over the northbound widening, when you bring it up to that DMRB Stage 3
Which part
level.
of the battlefield are you talking about?
There is a rock cut, which Mr. Robertson will explain later on. We're going to show the visualization, so you'll be able to see that.
But that's a physical impact on the topography, not necessarily an impact, an encroachment on the battlefield, is it?
It's within the battlefield and the landscape and earthworks in a layperson's
Doesn't it come to this,
view.
that a rock cut is more difficult than simply muck shifting, and therefore it's going to be more expensive?
That might be true, but that wouldn't be the reason that there's an impact on the battlefield. It will be related to the presence of a rock cut that isn't there at the moment.
Okay, well, perhaps
In a layperson's way, I think you probably want to pick that up with Mr. Lancaster and Mr. Dempsey.
I'll pick it up with the other experts.
Yeah.
When balancing all these nuanced differences, some are called differentiators and some are not. To a layman, please, what is a differentiator?
It's where you look at the two alignments together and the two factors and say, well, one of them is more beneficial or less adverse of an impact than the other.
Yeah, but that could be a tiny difference or a nuance, or it could be a major difference.
It could be.
So at what point does it become a differentiator? Is that just a matter of judgment?
It's a matter of judgment and a matter of looking at where we have differences, but realistically we know that we can mitigate them or manage them at the next stage. They probably wouldn't be classed as differentiators.
Right. To what extent is cost looked at the stage when you're doing this balancing exercise?
It's one of the factors that's looked at, yes.
And how is it done?
Cost estimates are produced for each of the options that we look at.
By Jacobs?
Yes.
Thank you. Could you turn, please, to page 50 of your recognition, chapter 20. You got that? If you could look at second half of 20.2, just down the page a little, please. There we are. Thank you. That's a list of undertakings which you give to ARAD to protect the asset, acknowledging that the bank would be, from the road, would be steeper than it is at present, and keeping it divorced from the walled garden, which is listed. Yet allowing a right-of-way, or a passageway rather, between the walled garden and the bottom of the bank. And are you content to repeat that undertaking in this inquiry?
Yes, that's the purpose of including it in
I just need to hear it from you.
definition. Yes, that's correct.
Further in the paragraph just over the page, you say we've undertaken to include 2 natural stone walls within the refined design. These consist of a 1 metre high, 190 metres stone wall. Can I call that the Dalradi model? Or the Killiecrankie model?
Want to.
Is that what you have in mind?
I believe so. It has a function here as a noise mitigator as well, so I'd have to refer to one of the specialists to see if it would be exactly the same, because that wasn't the purpose at Killiecrankie.
Well, we'll look at that with Dr. Palmer.
Yeah,
when we
okay.
get to it.
Yeah.
The other part of this paragraph is 1.6 metres, 240 metre long natural stone wall to be located in proximity to the walled garden. Obviously, as a lawyer, I don't like phrases like in proximity to, because it's not precise.
Okay.
What does it mean? Does it mean as shown on the plan?
Yes, there would be a plan somewhere that shows it. In document TS206, probably.
Yeah, it's in TS206.
Yeah.
There's a room for the suggestion that that wall might be extended northwards so as to afford some protection to the other dwellings at Arard, which are obviously going to be affected by two things: the construction of the northbound carriageway and the destruction of such trees as exist between those houses and the existing A9.
It's, we have considered it, but the answer is no, it wouldn't be included. And I think probably Mr. Lancaster would be one of the people to deal with that.
Are you not able to say why?
It's quite a technical thing, because I think visual was one of the reasons for asking for that in the first place, so I'd rather Mr. Lancaster dealt with that.
As long as we know who's going to deal with it. Dr. Blewett, thank you. You've been very helpful. I'm much obliged, sir. Thank you. I have no more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Bear with me. I had a couple of questions. I need to just check whether they've been covered. Yes, just one question, in fact, Dr. Blewett. At paragraph 18.48 of your main precognition, right at the end, you say that it doesn't appear to the promoter that a Dunkeld type co-creative process would work in this case. I was just wondering whether you could expand on the reasons for concluding that.
Yes. Effectively, the combined objectors have questioned DMRB and questioned quite a bit of the evidence that we have provided through the process. And the basis of the co-creative process at Dunkeld is both to rely on DMRB assessment and for the promoter to provide evidence to help the community come up with their own assessment, because I think as a lot of people here have reflected, we are the best place, we have the resources to do that. So any process that is embedded in evidence or in DMRB doesn't look like something that would particularly work here, while all parties are not bought into that.
Thanks for that. Mr. Milne.
Thank you, sir. Just a few questions, Dr. Blewett, in re-examination. If you could go to TS 206. Page 75 of the actual document. I'm afraid I don't have the PDF reference. Specifically paragraph 12.1.6. That's right. Now, does this table set out the differentiators when looking at DMRB Stage 2, setting out the preferred option based on earthwork structures and constructability in terms of northbound widening, and then provide an update in effect when looking at the refined scheme, the proposed scheme which is before this inquiry, and the alternative design being southbound widening, which repeats in terms of differentiators that the preference is northbound widening, the refined scheme for, again, earthwork structures and constructability, but as you said, under cross-examination, adds in as an additional differentiator cultural heritage.
Yes, that's correct.
I'll go to my notes if necessary, but there were some questions around the natural stone wall, not the lay-by wall, but the one against the length of Arard Estate. If that were to be lengthened or raised in height, could that have an additional impact on the battlefield? And would you need to take that into account if that's the case?
We would certainly have to have a conversation with HES and Perth and Kinross Heritage Trust about it, the same as any infrastructure element we want to put on the battlefield.
Laybys, I'm afraid. What's an enhanced layby?
And an enhanced lay-by was a concept that we came up with during the strategic environmental assessment, which was about looking at where laybys are necessary, but also then looking at whether they could be enhanced in terms of their connection to the surrounding landscape, visual opportunities, so that people could stop and appreciate the corridor they were travelling in. One of the key themes coming out of the SEA was about recognising the quality of the journey that people make up the A9 and wanting people to appreciate that. There are also examples elsewhere where we've been able to do this within Scottish Ministers' Land, where we're linking to, for example, walkways, cycleways, so NMU access as well. So it's anything that's a bit more over and above the DMRB standard.
Is either of the laybys to which Mr. Campbell was making reference an enhanced layby?
No.
You were taken to the written submission on the World Health Organisation Environmental Noise Guidelines for the European Region 2018. Has this submission been lodged in the majority of the other schemes which have gone to public local inquiry for the dualling of the A9?
Yes.
And is this also the position adopted by Transport Scotland in last year's public local inquiry into the dualling of the A96 from Inverness to Nairn, including the Nairn bypass?
Yes, that's correct.
And that particular scheme is currently with ministers on the basis?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thanks, Mr. Mill. Thank you, Dr. Blewett. That would seem to be a sensible time to take our lunch break. So let's break for an hour until 13:50, and we're moving on to take Mrs. McMillan's evidence. Is that right, Mr. Mill? Okay, 10 to 2 then. Thank you.
Yes, I am. Thank you, sir.
Perfect.
The next witness for the promoter is Mrs. Elaine McMillan. Mrs. McMillan, could you please read your summary precognition out loud?
My name is Mrs. Elaine McMillan. I hold a Bachelor of Engineering Honours degree in Civil and Transportation Engineering. I'm a Chartered Engineer and a member of the Chartered Institution of Highways and Transportation. I am the Roads and Infrastructure Manager for the A9 Killiecrankie to Glen Garry project. I will set out the work that has been undertaken by Jacobs on the A9 Killiecrankie to Glen Garry project in relation to the development and assessment of route options. I will explain the assessment process, describe the options that have been assessed, and outline the reasons why northbound widening was taken forward within the section of the scheme in Killiecrankie Battlefield. The Design Manual for Roads and Bridges, Volume 5, Scheme Assessment Reporting, sets out the general requirements for the reporting of scheme assessments. The document provides guidance on the assessment objectives of each stage, the topic areas that are to be assessed, and how the information should be presented. The design and assessment work is undertaken by a multidisciplinary team with professional qualifications in the various topic areas. As well as assessing the route options, the team feedback on suggested refinements that would serve to minimise impacts. In bringing together these assessments to form a recommendation, the design team worked together with the promoter to consider the various impacts across the options. As well as considering the assessments, feedback from public consultation and statutory bodies is also considered. The main aims of this process are to permit the consideration of the likely engineering, environmental, economic and traffic effects of route options, and to allow the public and statutory bodies to comment on the route options. Although the DMRB guidance is non-statutory, it is recognised as good practice, and brings a consistency in scheme assessment and reporting which provides the evidence base necessary to allow the promoter to make a robust recommendation to ministers. As explained by Dr Blewett, the promoter undertook a strategic environmental assessment to ensure that environmental matters were embedded into decision making. The promoter also commissioned a preliminary engineering support services study to examine constraints and opportunities and corridor options from an engineering, traffic and economics perspective. The assessment recognised the importance of Killiecrankie battlefield and identified that online widening would potentially result in significant impacts on it. However, it concluded that, overall, online design options were preferable to offline options due to the scale of environmental disbenefits associated with offline options. DMRB Stage 2 route option development moved from the consideration of broad 200-metre corridors for dualling down to individual route options. The sifting stage considered these range of options and, through assessment of the engineering, environmental, traffic and economic impacts, confirmed those that should be taken forward to full DMRB Stage 2 assessment. These options were developed by a design team consisting of specialists across the various topic areas. These options were also the focus of public and statutory body consultation. Public consultation did not identify any strong overall preference for either northbound or southbound widening in the battlefield. SNH, HES and PKC did not state any strong overall preference for options in the battlefield. CEPA and CNPA expressed a preference for northbound widening in the battlefield. In identifying the preferred route for the Killiecrankie to Pittown project, 3 recommendations were identified that needed to be made. Recommendation 1 required a recommendation to be made between northbound and southbound widening within the battlefield. Within this section, there were considered to be a small number of significant differentiators between the options. From an earthworks balance perspective, southbound widening was poorest, whilst northbound widening was the best. Within the battlefield, southbound widening would have approximately 161,000 cubic metres more disposal than northbound widening. Based on a road wagon holding approximately 9 cubic metres of material, this would result in an additional 17,800 return lorry journeys generated by the construction works within the battlefield section. These additional journeys would predominantly be on the road network. A small proportion of the material would be required elsewhere on the scheme, however the majority require disposal off-site. Therefore, earthworks are a differentiator in terms of route choice. From a structures perspective, southbound widening would require demolition of the Altgarnaig underbridge and the Altcloone underbridge. Northbound widening would reuse these structures. The above issues both have an impact on cost, with southbound widening more expensive than northbound widening. In comparing the cost between southbound widening and northbound widening, there is a cost difference of between 29 and 32.9 million. All other impacts were considered comparable. Mr McMichael will explain this in relation to the environmental impacts, and Mr Dempsey will explain that although both northbound and southbound options were considered to have an impact on the Killiecrankie battlefield, these impacts were considered comparable across the route options. Therefore, as a result of the above, northbound widening was recommended. Recommendation 2 related to southbound widening versus northbound widening north of the battlefield. Northbound widening was recommended. This is related to recommendation 1, as constructing on the southbound side of the battlefield would require a traffic management crossover to then construct on the northbound side. This would position the crossover within the proposed Altcloone grade separated junction. The construction of junctions is one of the most complex parts of an online dualling project and requires careful phasing. Introducing a crossover would increase the construction duration, introduce further traffic management, necessitate additional temporary lighting and constructability complexities. Recommendation 3 related to the grade separated junction layout. Junction option B, full movement, was recommended as being referred to junction option A, which was restricted movement. Following confirmation of the preferred route, the scheme design was further developed to allow for the publication of the draft orders. Whilst this stage of the DMRE process is meant to identify clearly the advantages and disadvantages in environmental, engineering, economic and traffic terms of the preferred route, and assess the significant environmental effects of the project, the iterative design work continues to ensure that the option being progressed is still the best scheme. I have explained how the design is constantly reviewed to ensure that decisions made are still valid. An example of a decision taken at stage 2 being changed relates to planning permission being granted for the erection of 3 holiday cabins close to Dallamine Lodge, Calveen. The design team and the promoter reviewed the assessment of impacts at its locations and concluded that the route should switch to southbound widening. This demonstrates that should something happen that would influence a decision taken at an earlier stage, this would be assessed and acted on if required. In her evidence, Dr Blewett explained that the promoter undertook archaeological investigation and has made refinements to the proposed scheme to address the concerns raised by objectors. In developing the refined design, the design team worked together across the various disciplines to try and minimise the footprint of the proposed scheme within Killiecrankie battlefield. The team undertook design reviews, challenging all aspects of the design that had an impact on footprint. The benefits and disbenefits of each element were discussed and considered with the promoter, with the outcome being a refined design that is the best balance of all competing factors, recommendation from the Historic Environment Scotland and Perthington Ross Heritage Trust, and other objections received. Mr Robertson will explain the changes to the design made for the refined scheme, and I will explain how these changes affect the DMRB Stage 2 differentiating factors. Mr Carmichael will explain how these changes have been assessed in relation to the environmental impact assessment and will demonstrate that the refined design does not introduce any additional significant impacts nor increase the significance of any residual impact. Mr Robertson will explain that there is approximately 43,000 cubic metres less import required for the refined design than was required for Stage 3 design. When designing a road scheme, one of the strategic aims is to achieve as close an earthworks balance as possible. If all material generated on site can be reused in the project, that reduces the haulage required, resulting in a cost saving and a more sustainable design. As a refined design reduces the overall amount of material that is required to be imported, it achieves a better earthworks balance than the Stage 3 design, but does not change the DMRB Stage 2 assessment. The reported cost range for the DMRB Stage 3 design is 465.4 to 572.9 million. When considering the DMRB Stage 3 design and comparing it to the refined design, there is not considered to be any significant change to the estimated cost range of the project as a result of the proposed design refinements. As demonstrated by the assessment in the design development report, the refined design is the best scheme and does not undermine the Stage 2 decision to proceed with northbound widening. Throughout the development of the scheme, a small number of local residents have highlighted a preference that the A9 should be widened to the southbound side. The objectors have not proposed an alternative, therefore it has been interpreted as a southbound widening solution developed using the same assumptions and to a similar level of detail as the refined design. The alternative scheme is compared to the refined design, and this is reported in the design development report. In the context of the whole scheme, there is a surplus of approximately 106,000 cubic metres of acceptable material for the alternative scheme, in comparison to an import of 145,000 cubic metres of material required for the refined design. However, with regards to earthworks movements within the battlefield section, the refined design offers a better balance of earthworks compared to the alternative scheme. Within these extents, the alternative scheme would have a surplus of material of approximately 550,000 cubic metres, whereas the refined design would have a surplus of approximately 281,000 cubic metres. Based on a road wagon holding approximately 9 cubic metres of material, this would result in an additional 29,900 return lorry journeys generated by the construction works within the battlefield section, which would predominantly be on the road network. When considering the alternative scheme and comparing it to the refined design, there is not considered to be a cost difference such that this would be acknowledged as a differentiator. The comparison between the refined design and the alternative scheme in relation to the demolition of the Altgarnaig and Altcloon underbridges and constructability is the same as for DMRB Stage 2. Mr Carmichael will explain the environmental assessment that was undertaken and will explain why there are no environmental differentiators other than cultural heritage. Mr Dempsey will explain why cultural heritage is now considered a differentiator. The alternative scheme is not better than the refined design. The evidence I have provided to the inquiry demonstrates that, in relation to the scheme development, the development of the scheme design has been undertaken in accordance with appropriate guidance. Within the design, we have tried to accommodate the concerns of stakeholders where practicable, and that the concerns of the objectors have been, where possible, accommodated or the effects mitigated within the design. I have demonstrated that the published route has been designed in accordance with published guidance, best practice, and has taken cognizance of the impacts on affected parties. I consider that the objections made have been appropriately addressed and therefore respectfully ask the reporter to recommend to Scottish ministers that they meet the orders sought.
Thank you, Mrs. McMillan. Can I ask you to turn, please, to TS206, the Development of the Scheme Objector Report, specifically page 13 of that report. Page 13, TS206. If all of us have it in front of us, we may bristle in whilst it flashes up on the screen. This is a continuation of Section 3, DMRB Stage 1, Design Development. Now, rather than ask you to read out large chunks of this, we'll try and cut it short. On page 13, at the bottom, we can see a diagram which shows us a near-offline corridor and an online corridor. Can you explain the context in which this report is bringing our attention to these options?
Yes. At the start of the SEA, there was some offline and online routes considered for the assessment, and a near offline solution was considered in relation to Killiecrankie, which, as a result of the acknowledgement that there would be impacts on the battlefield. So the offline corridor that was considered was to the south of Killiecrankie. And as can be seen on the drawing there, it does avoid the main section of the battlefield, the online corridor catches, but it does still impact a little bit within the corners of the battlefield.
We see at paragraph 3.1.9 that the SEA environmental report recognised the importance of Killiecrankie battlefield as a designated cultural heritage asset and identified that online widening would potentially result in significant impacts on it. However, the SEA environmental report concluded that overall online design options were preferable to near-offline options and demonstrates a significant number of disadvantages of the near-offline option. Can you describe for us, with reference to this report, what the significant disadvantages of the near-offline option identified at this stage were?
Yep. The offline option went through large sections of ancient and semi-natural ancient woodland, and it passed through the Pass of Killiecrankie SSI. Because of the going through the woodland, there was greater risk to local woodland species that were not affected by the current A9. And there was also the potential for more significant impact on the Loch Tumble National Scenic Area, with the cuttings in the woodland areas, and on the Pass of Killiecrankie. And there would be property demolition, and the offline option would be significantly more expensive than an online option.
We see in the final bullet point at 3.1.9 a reference to introducing greater risks to the Tullochhill and Glen Fender Meadows Special Area of Conservation, Tullochhill SSSI, and requires additional crossings of the River Tay SAC through areas not affected by the current A9. At 3.1.11, can you assist us by explaining why this further work was done that's referred to there?
I think it was recognised that the battlefield was an area of national importance, and trying to minimise the impacts on the battlefield, there was some further consideration into the offline options. So the option was developed in a bit more detail in order to just make sure that an offline option was going to be able to progress at this location.
And again, at 3.1.12, we see a summary of the conclusions of the route corridor options review report. Mrs McMillan, can you please turn to your full precognition, specifically to paragraph 5.3.9? And perhaps also have to hand, although this may cause some challenges for the technology, document TS 411.5. I'm going to see if I can find the... So that's PDF page 7 of TS 411. I wonder if you could simply read it for us, read out loud 5.3.9 of your full precognition, and put what you've said in context by then referring to the Historic Environment Scotland feedback. 5.3.9 of Mrs McMillan's full precognition and document TS 411.5, which is page 7 of the PDF. Perhaps start by setting the context and telling us what it is you're talking about in 5.3.9, and then the status of the document that I have asked you to explain to us.
Okay, and paragraph 5.3.9 summarises the general HES response to the draft environmental assessment that they were given at stage 2, and the document has the more detailed response. So firstly reading what I've included in my precognition. HES did not state a preference for either southbound or northbound widening in the battlefield. They did, however, state that options which would require significant earthworks within the battlefield are not preferred. Additionally, they stated that the existing aspects of the battlefield landscape which are identified in the inventory entry as well as being preserved should be avoided.
And then take us to the document TS 411 and tell us what we're looking at.
Yeah, so in this document, the column on the left-hand side under comment is HES's comments, and on the right-hand side is Jacob's response. So we got a number of comments from HES, and which my precognition sort of gives a general summary of, but Jacobs gave a detailed response to HES for each of those comments.
So this was a record of the dialogue which took place between Transport Scotland, Jacobs acting for Transport Scotland, and Historic Environment Scotland on the draft DMRB Stage 2 report.
Yes, that's correct.
And you've summarised what HES's feedback was at relatively high level in your precognition. Turning to 5.3.10 of your precognition, now, I wonder if you could just read that entire section for us, please. I'll just
put this in a bit of context. PKC was actually the body that we directly consulted with. PKHT were who PKC went to get heritage advice. So the response we actually got was from PKC. So PKC stated preferences for both northbound and southbound widening depending on the change of the proposed route options and their interaction with landscape, ecological and cultural heritage features. In the location of the battlefield, they stated it was preferable to utilise the wide verge between chambers 700 and 1200 and the flatter engineering ground between chambers 1200 and 1900 to widen the road on the northbound side, which were options 3 and 4. A preference was expressed for southbound widening between chambers 1900 and chambers 3100 to avoid the loss of tree belts. They also stated that unless there is a demand for on and off junctions on both side roads, junction option A is preferable in terms of visual impact. In terms of landscape impacts, an overall preference is expressed for southbound widening through options 1 and 2, with junction option A. In the location of the battlefield and in terms of cultural heritage impacts, it was explained that impacts associated with southbound widening options may be less, despite the earthworks for these options being more substantial, as this element of the landscape was already altered by the existing A9. In terms of experience of the battlefield by road users, it was stated that route options 3 and 4 would alter the perception of battlefield, perhaps beneficially to travellers in both directions.
And if I could take you back to TS 411.6 and page 18 of that PDF, we see the comment under cultural heritage general, difficult to make an assessment of the impact of the dualling options on the battlefield of Killiecrankie with the information presented, etc. We've already looked at that. Can you explain to us the Jacobs feedback, which is noted in the column shaded in grey?
Yep. So we provided this response to them. We added a table to section 14.6 of the S to identify the landscape elements of the battlefield and the impact of each of the proposed route options, so that was detailed more. And we included the results of the metal detecting survey in the chapter in the stage 2 report that we used to inform the assessment. And we added additional photographs of the key views, but we didn't do photo montages at stage 2. So we did make some alterations to the assessment report.
How were matters then taken forward in terms of finalising the DMRB Stage 2 report?
Our response went back to PKC, and we received no further comments back from them in relation to our proposals for the amendments.
Did they express dissatisfaction with the adequacy of the information or process which had been followed?
No.
Thank you, Mrs. McMillan. No further questions at this stage.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. Before I hand over to Mr. Bax for cross-examination, in reading Mrs. McMillan's full recognition, I might just have made a mistake, but I was struggling with some of the references on page 12 of the recognition. For example, at paragraph 544, it refers to section 562, and I took that to mean of the recognition and couldn't find a 562. And the same happens at the next 2 paragraphs. So I was wondering, are those section references to a different document?
No, they're to that document. I've made some last-minute changes. I've obviously forgotten to go back and change the references. Can I have a look at this after?
Perfect.
Yep.
And just give us updated
Yep,
references.
will do. Yep.
Ideal.
Yep.
Thanks for that. Mr. Bax.
Thank you very much. I've just got a few follow-up points. Sorry, is that better? I've just got a few follow-up points. But perhaps before we start, could you just clarify something referring to paragraph 4.5 in your full recognition? You say that by the time stage 2 started, you knew there would be an impact on the battlefield. And I quote, therefore, the focus going forward was to minimise this impact. I just would like to know, was this the first time you've had to deal with an inventory battlefield in a project?
Yes.
Yeah. And what did that actually mean, if anything, in practice? Did it change your approach to the exercise, or did you see it just in terms of another factor to take into account?
It's just a factor to take into account in the design.
Could I just look at the choice of junctions in the sifting process. Because I think this is an area where we were a little bit perhaps slow to recognise the importance of the junction assessment. According to paragraph 5.1 and 5.2, your full recognition, junction is a key element to be considered along with the route option. Do you agree that in terms of importance it had significant implications for visual impact, earthworks, traffic engineering and cost?
Yes.
Have I missed anything from that assessment?
Well, it needs to be assessed across all the topic areas in the scheme assessment reporting, so it's important across the board in the scheme assessment, so for all the topic areas that are in the Stage 2 report.
I think I'm right in saying, and perhaps we come back to this later, but with regards to the junctions, it was very important in the siting of laybys. So under junction assessment A, there could be a provision made for a northbound
That wasn't a
lay-by.
consideration at Stage 2. The junctions were assessed and the best location of the junctions. The laybys were then fitted in round the junctions during Stage 3. So laybys weren't part of Stage 2 consideration.
Dr. Blewett has explained to us in her precognition that changes can be made after a plan has passed from one stage to the next. In other words, that there is a mechanism to allow for decisions to be reviewed. Referring to 5.4.14 in your full precognition, you explain the implications of the junction option A for sheer glass quarry. Maybe we could. These refer to the situation at the start of Stage 2. We know that sheer glass is to get direct access to the A9.
Yep.
Have you reconsidered, would you have reconsidered junction option A in view of that?
If junction option A had been progressed at Stage 2, we would have had to look at whether that would have worked with left in, left out, if that was what we were looking to progress. But it didn't, so and again, junction B, we assessed how that would work with sheer glass quarry, and junction B performed with the proposed junction layout at sheer glass.
I'm just wondering whether there's a bit of a contradiction here. 5.4.17. Looking at HES's comments at Stage 2, they say the impact of the junction required at Old Clune on Killiecrankie battlefield is not clear from the information provided in the draft. And in TS 411 spot 5, PKHT said that variant A is preferable.
Yeah.
So in that case, is the statement that both options were considered have a similar impact, the assessment of Jacobs after taking account of the feedback from the consultees?
Yeah. And sorry, I'm not quite sure what the
Well,
was.
both HES and PKHT seem to suggest that there's a different impact of the junction variant on the battlefield, but your assessment was there was no
that's correct.
differentiation.
That's correct.
And you wouldn't have reconsidered that in the light of their comments about additional earthworks, for example?
It was put into the mix, like the assessment, the feedback from the statutory bodies and feedback from the public all goes into the mix in the decision making. So it's all available for the discussion as part of the decision making and is discussed before a decision is made.
But you were aware that, as far as HES is concerned in particular, the issue of earthworks was crucial to their assessment of the battlefield and the route options.
Yes.
Can I move on to an area which did cause us quite a lot of confusion? That is the requirement on southbound widening for the demolition of the Altganaig and Altclern underbridges. I refer to paragraph 559 to 5515 in your full recognition. In that you say that northbound widening would allow the retention of the existing underbridges, while southbound widening would necessitate their demolition. Is that's broadly correct?
Yes.
This was not perhaps explained fully at the public events during stage 2 or to announce the preferred route. We can evidence that by the correspondence that took place between the working group and Jacobs. Perhaps we could have a look at TS 160.22 of 26th of October 2017 and TS 160.17 of the 4th of July 2017. That's page 119. TS 160.17.
Sorry, could you give me the page reference number again?
TS 160.17, page 119.
Perfect, thanks.
Sorry, it actually starts 118. Starts 118 and 119. It emerged in the second letter from Jacobs that the Altganaig underbridge could be retained with a relaxation of the SSD. Is that broadly correct?
Yes.
Yes. However, such a relaxation was not considered because in the course of stage 2 it had also been recognised that a northbound lay-by would be sited not far from the bridge. Would you agree with that?
Sorry, whereabouts is that in the letter?
Page 119, the first paragraph. As stated in the previous response, the inclusion of laybys was considered during DMRB stage 2. However, they were not assessed at the DMR stage 2 route option assessment, as they were not material to route choice. The consideration of lay-by locations at DMRB stage 2 identified that section of the northbound carriageway in the vicinity of the Altganaig watercourse crossing as a potential opportunity to site a lay-by. For the purposes of assessing SSD, a lay-by is classed in DMRB as a junction, and on the immediate approach to and throughout junction extents, the DMRB states that departures and relaxations from standard with respect to SSD are not permitted because the majority of accidents occur in the vicinity of junctions. The consequences of the above is that the southbound widening route option there will be a departure from standard for non-compliant SSD in the vicinity of a lay-by that would not exist for the northbound widening route option. So we took that to mean that the demolition of the Altgrenade underbridge would only be necessary on the southbound widening option because of the inclusion of a northbound lay-by.
Just sort of jumped a couple of steps ahead. At DMRB Stage 2, the scheme was designed with a fully compliant 295 stopping site distance for both options. That's standard practice for when you're developing route options. It gives you greater flexibility going forward. It means that you're not assessing one design that is maybe to a lower standard against another design. So during DMRB stage 2, 295 was applied to both northbound and southbound options. Then going forward, if it was then applied at stage 3 when we did know there was a lay-by going there, that would be the case that we could have relaxed it if there wasn't a lay-by, but there is, so we can't. But for the consideration at stage 2, 295 was considering both northbound and southbound as a standard practice, so you're comparing apples with apples.
So it's not, strictly speaking, correct to say that lay-bys weren't part of that stage 2 assessment?
No, it is correct, because you're applying a fully compliant design regardless of up and across the whole route. 295 is the DMRB standard for visibility, so that's what was applied for both northbound and southbound widening. The lay-bys is just a secondary technical function that you can't have reduced visibility in a lay-by. So if you were then, if we had then taken forward a design that had the reduced visibility, yes, you wouldn't be able to put a lay-by there, but that's just a secondary function. It wasn't a consideration at stage 2.
All things being equal, though, if there was a decision to go with southbound widening, you could have applied for a relaxation in standards.
We could have, but there would no need. You wouldn't go for something reduced standard. If you can go for something that is better in all other criteria, it hasn't got a reduced standard. So we had to differentiate. We're comparing two equally standard roads, and the northbound widening came out as the preferred option. So, you wouldn't go there. You wouldn't go and you wouldn't apply for a departure from standard on an option that was not as advantageous as the option that was fully to standard.
I understand that. I was just, I was just speculating that if there had been other factors which made you prefer the southbound widening option,
yes, that
you could have applied for a relaxation, which would have allowed that underbridge to stay.
Potentially, yes.
Yeah.
And all that would mean that there wouldn't be the possibility for lay-by in that situation where the visibility had been reduced.
Yes, okay. Or we would have assessed it, and you could apply for a departure from standard if we'd have thought that the requirement for lay-by outweighed other safety considerations.
I think we'll come back to lay-bys with Mr. Robertson. But would you agree that the community were confused by the lay-bys and the implications?
I can't comment on how the community felt.
Can I just come back to some of the comments informing the route choice from PKHT and HES, or would that be preferable to deal with under cultural?
If it's detailed comments on the assessment, that would be Mr. Dempsey. Right. I was just sort of giving a general flavour for how.
Let's try, and Mrs. McMillan can tell us if it needs to be asked to Mr. Dempsey. Well,
both PKHT and HES do refer to, I think we talked about it earlier, TS 4116.5 and 0.6. That's this one. 14.8, I think we have. 14.6, sorry.
Is that HES 14.6?
That's HES.
HES.
I think HES say, overall it is not easy to follow how the conclusions have been reached. Table 14.9 sets out a comparative assessment of impacts. It is not clear where this information has been drawn from. I suppose the point of the question is just to say, very often in these the response is noted, but it's not clear quite what steps were taken to follow up on these points.
Mr Dempsey will be able to give you the detail of how we work with it.
In that case, thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bucks. Mr. Campbell.
I think first of all about travelling north on the southbound, travelling north on the new alignment.
Yep.
And the position of the lay-by as proposed. Does that accommodate sufficient sight lines, sufficient distance rather, to allow proper sight lines within the guidelines for that lay-by?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thinking about the converse, which is the southbound alignment on the north side of the road, if the same lay-by were installed, would it accommodate sufficient distance for the sightlines for northbound?
I don't know how I think it does. Mr Robertson would be able
Mr Robertson's the man to speak to about
confirm
that.
that.
Okay.
To that one.
Right. Now, in the precognition which you provided for the inquiry at 5.4.4 on page 12, a number of criteria are set out. I'd just like to look at them quickly, if I may, see if you can help me. First of all, earthworks balance. I think you probably heard my question to Dr. Blewett earlier on.
Yep.
It's a matter of assessing cut and fill, is it, and then
That's
seeing
correct,
what the balance is.
Yep.
What's the potential for disposal of any excess within the overall project?
Within the scheme is assessed as an overall project, so that the cut and fill balance is looked at across the project. So any
Try and speak up, would you mind?
sorry, it looks across the scheme. When you do the earthworks balance, it looks across the scheme. So any potential reuse within the scheme is included in the assessment.
When you say the scheme, do you mean the whole A9 dueling scheme?
No,
or
the
section we're
section.
talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I think I understand that.
Yeah.
What I meant by the question was, is there potential for reuse of any excess or surplus within the rest of the scheme?
Yeah, that potentially could be. However, there are a number of factors that have to be considered. The timing of when schemes are being built and when materials needed elsewhere. The distance for it to be hauled, because obviously you've got the A9 corridor, hauling on the A9, you're limited with how much a road wagon can carry. So long haul distance means it becomes economically unviable to haul materials over a long distance. And also, if the schemes are getting constructed at different times. It's where that material goes. In the meantime, you can't just go and dump earthworks material on a field somewhere. CPA wouldn't allow that to happen.
No,
so.
of course, I understand that, absolutely. How much confidence can we have in the calculations of cut and fill as they're presented here? Say within a percentage.
I can't give you a percentage. What I can tell you is the assumptions that were in place. At stage 2, we do just a general cut fill. It's just a bulk quantity. We don't do any analysis on the material types.
Yes, but it must be, the figures must come from somewhere.
They come from a computer model.
From a what?
A computer model of
Right,
the scheme.
So that's a computer model of the terrain.
The terrain with the road cut into it, or
Which can presumably calculate the volume of earth to be taken away and placed.
So at stage 2, it's just bulk quantities from that model. At stage 3,
Hold on.
Sorry?
Please, sorry. My question was, what confidence level can we have in it at that stage?
I can't give you a percentage, but we have done a topographical survey that's done to a level of accuracy that's acceptable for detailed design of road schemes. We have done a design to the level of detail to standard. So I would say you're very confident that is, for the level of detail you put in at that time.
Obviously it determines the amount of confidence, but you've done a topo survey, have you, to an accuracy of what?
I can't remember off the top of my head what the exact accuracy was. It was to a level that's accurate for doing a detailed design for construction the scheme. So the highest level of detail.
So it's likely to be within a few centimetres. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'll just tell you. The second criterion at 545 that you ask us to look at is the construction of new bridge decks for the I just need to understand this a little better, and that's probably my fault. Assuming we build the southbound carriageway, in other words, dualling to the north, I understand there has to be an additional construction at the Alt Gurnig, is that right? Yes. To take effectively the new part of the road.
Sorry, if you're widening to southbound widening, did you say there?
Yes.
Yeah. If you're southbound widening, it's likely the structure would have to be demolished and rebuilt.
Why is that?
Can I take you to the development scheme report, Appendix M?
Yeah. Is that TS 411?
TDS 206.
206, sorry. You have a page number?
Sorry, what's your appendix?
It's Appendix M. I'm not I've only got a paper copy here, so I don't know what the PDF page number is.
M for Mary.
Yeah.
I don't seem to have an Appendix M here. Ah.
One, two, 8. Yeah.
I'm going to take you to figure M5.
5. Okay. Just explain to us what we're looking at then, please.
So the M5 there shows the configuration A, shows what you would need to do to the existing bridge to allow southbound widening. So the existing bridge is there in blue. So working from left to right, the verge on the existing bridge would need to be widened, and you would then have the carriageway.
Are the supports that are shown here indicative, or are those the number of supports you'd need?
The blue is the number of supports in the existing structure,
right.
and the the red's what we anticipate would be required. There's not been a full structural design done for it, so.
So you'd have to, working from left to right, you'd have to expand the verge, then you have the existing bridge deck, I think, and then you have all the new build to the right.
New build there, yeah. So for that configuration, the joint between the existing bridge and the new bridge would be within the northbound carriageway, which from a structure's perspective isn't desirable.
Why not?
And I'm not a structural engineer, so I'm going on the information given by a structural engineer. We don't know the condition of the existing structure, which we could do more assessment to find out. Getting the joint in that location, when you're forming the joint there, you've got to allow it to set in time. If it's traffic too soon, it can cause discontinuity between the joints. There's also could be differential settlement between the two structures, different ground conditions. You can do assessments on that to minimise it, but until you actually build a structure, you can't be 100% sure how it's going to settle. And you've got two different types of structures that would be butted together. One's 35 years old from the original programme, one's a new one, so different maintenance regimes. Configuration B down below on that drawing shows an alternative which would move the joint to within the central reserve, which would give it less distress from, but you're then having to widen to two sides. So you've got 2 points where problems could arise. So from both these situations, it would be, neither of these are favourable from a structure's point of view. It could be quite expensive to construct, a lot of assessment required, brings a maintenance risk. So from a structure's perspective, it would be favourable to demolish the existing bridge and provide a new structure for that situation.
Rather than try to weld one onto the other. Just for comparison then, if we have northbound widening, where do we see that?
If I take it to M4 in the drawing.
M4, that's on the preceding page, is it?
Yes, it is, yeah.
So now the red is the northbound carriageway.
So because you've got, in this situation, the existing bridge is taking the southbound carriageway in its entirety and the new bridge is taking the northbound carriageway in its entirety, the two structures can just be butted against each other, but they don't need to be physically joined because you're not got some carriageway running over it. They can act as two independent structures, so that removes the differential settlement. They're trying to knit the two structures together.
But isn't the same true in the previous one, in M5?
Well, M5 you've got
in configuration B.
No, because you've got the widening. You have the widening on the verge side. Can we go back to M5 again?
Certainly, but in relation to the joint, configuration B shows the joint in the central reservation.
Yeah, but you've got the joint and on the verge side. That structure's too small to stand be too narrow and skinny to stand as an independent structure. So you'd still have the widening.
So
on the
joining
verge.
problems would only arise where you have the extra verge, where you have the additional verge. You wouldn't have joining problems with configuration B in the middle of the road, would you?
Yes, you could do that as a separate structure, yes.
But your advice to this inquiry, I think, is that if you were to choose configuration B, you wouldn't choose it. You would demolish and start again.
There's a strong potential we would, with the information we have at the moment, that's what we would choose to do. You could do more assessment work and intrusive assessment work on the structure, and a contractor may choose to do something different, but based on the information that we have, we would choose to demolish.
Would that be a promoter's decision or a contractor's decision?
Contractor's decision.
Contractor's decision. Yeah. And if we look at M4, then, just for completeness, we have the joint in the central reservation. You have one new structure.
One new structure, yes.
On the northbound side.
Yeah.
Now, I can see right away that you might say, well, if we have to have two new structures, as in configuration B, it's going to be more expensive. Yeah. But in reality, is it more expensive? Because the new structure in M4 is actually larger than the new structure in configuration B.
You've got in configuration B, you've got new structure, plus you've also got to do the stitch on, which will have implications and constructability implications and just difficulties.
I don't want to hold you to pounds and pence, but
I couldn't put that. I
do
couldn't.
you know what the percentage difference might be? You don't know.
couldn't.
All right, thank you. Back to your recognition. Sorry, just a minute before I leave that. In the recognition at (5.4.6), you say at the end, this is explained in more detail in section 5.6.4, and then I went to that and I can't find one. Can you tell me what you meant? And I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
No, that's fine.
If you wanted, perhaps Mr. Mill could help me and we can pick it up later. And there aren't any questions about it. Do you see what I'm driving at, Mr. Mill? In 5.4.6, the witness refers to section 5.6.4, but I don't know which document she's referring to.
I'm referring to my precondition, and it should be 5516.
Again?
5516.
Thank you.
I did a bit of last-minute rejigging of some.
Can you give me the correct references for the two paragraphs above that?
5516.
So 559.
Is which one?
The Altgrenade, so 545.
Becomes 559.
Yeah, and then 5.4.4, 5.5.4 is the reference at the end of that paragraph.
Perfect, thanks.
Yeah.
5516 then, which you corrected for me. Thank you very much. It's always nice to find Transport Scotland make a few mistakes. I'm still struggling to find a typo after many weeks of reading. There are cost ranges given there at 5516. Can you just tell me where those numbers come from, please?
We did an assessment of cost at stage 2. There's some cost estimates for the route options, and we applied risk factors to those, which gives the range, so the lowest likely and the highest possible costs. So
is this from Jacobs or from Transport?
From Jacobs.
Jacobs. Okay. Thank you. Going back to the recognition, to the correct numbering, 547. All other impacts were considered comparable and therefore not considered to be a differentiator. Now that's slightly changed, hasn't it? Doesn't Mr. Dempsey
the stage 2 assessment, the options assessed at stage 2, that is the same for when we've done the alternative design. That has changed, yes.
Yes. In document TS411, at page 151 of the PDF, perhaps we can get that on the screen. TS411, page 151 of the PDF. It's quite small print and it's difficult to read. But can you look down the left-hand column till you find the numbers 14.3.20? You see 14.3 historic buildings?
Yep.
Right? 14.3.20?
Yep.
Reading across suggests that Urrod House potentially is of high value given its historical associations with the nationally significant Battle of Killiecrankie. The wall garden at Urrod, which is also B listed and has historical connections with the battle, should be included in the EA text. And then we have, move across 2 columns. Dating to the mid-19th century, neither Urrod House nor its wall garden are associated with the battle other than as a marker in the landscape. The assessment of medium takes into account this asset's designation as a B-listed building and its historic associations. It is not proposed to reassess the value of this asset. Now, who's the author of this table? Jacobs or Transport Scotland?
It's Jacobs, the author of the table.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you know whether that approach was ever revisited as far as Arad House as a B-listed building in a setting?
Mr Dempsey would have to confirm the assessment that was undertaken for Arad House in relation to the Stage 2 and Stage 3 assessments.
My question was, do you know whether it was revisited?
I don't know.
Okay. Thank you. Could you go on in the precognition to 6.6.3? A small question of detail. You're talking there about external influences leading to change. And as an example, you give us resulted in this is Lunkerty to the Pass of Burnham.
That's correct.
Which is the scheme presently under construction.
Yes.
The outcome of public consultation resulted in the scheme recommended to ministers being amended to a hybrid of DMRB Stage 2 options, northbound widening past Lunkerty, southbound widening past Bankfoot.
Yes.
I guess that's what a layman might call a crossover.
Yes.
Why was it done there?
It was done there for Jacobs to go on Lunkerty to Pass of Burnham at the sort of end of Stage 2, just before recommendation had been made. The options that were on the table at the time were a fully northbound or a fully southbound widening.
Yeah,
and there was very little differentiators between the options at all, really. It went to public consultation. There was a strong support of residents of Lunkerty for it to be widened on the northbound side away from the village of Lunkerty. And at Bankfoot, there was a very strong preference for it to be widened on the southbound side past the village of Bankfoot. That option was
nearer to Bankfoot?
Away from Bankfoot. So
away from Bankfoot. So both Lunkerty and Bankfoot people said further away the better?
Yeah, so which meant was opposite directions. That option was developed with the crossover, and it was assessed, and there was really no other differentiators. So because there was nothing else really to point to in one direction or another, the acceptance of having a crossover with the additional constructability impacts was accepted in relation to the strong preference that came from
based on community preference?
Yes.
Rather like the House of Arad?
I would contend that that's different.
Well, there are other differentiators.
There are, yes.
Yes, but as far as opinion is concerned, that's...
It is, but the opinion's not...
It's identical, isn't it?
It's not the only factor to be taken into consideration.
No. Turn to page 25, if you would, paragraph 8. Just some questions about the so-called alternative scheme. To what level is the alternative scheme worked up?
To the same level as the DMRB Stage 3 design.
You say it's worked up to Stage 3?
Yes.
All right. You say in 8.1, the objectors have not proposed an alternative. Therefore, it has been interpreted as a southbound widening solution developed using the same assumptions and the same level of detail as the refined design.
Yeah.
You don't really expect objectors to come up with a designed alternative, do you, given the cost of producing it?
In some instances, they would, but in this instance, with information Transport Scotland had available, the decision was taken that we would develop this design so that we could have a meaningful discussion and inquiry.
Yeah. I'm sure you understand the reason why those who live in Arad and who have the battlefield in their agenda want to see the duelling on the other side?
Yes, I can.
You can understand.
I can understand that, yes.
Thinking about that then, in 8.2, you say halfway down, the design team was aware of the balance required between steeper slopes that would minimise footprint but may require engineered finishes against shallower slopes that would increase footprint. I'd just like you to explain that to me. I'm afraid it's...
Yeah, it's fine. It was in relation to developing the cuttings on the south for the southbound design. There is a balance required for cut slopes. On the southbound side, when you cut in, you've got a mixture of rock and softer deposits that are on top of the rock. And rock can be cut quite steep. The dangers of when rock is cut quite steep is fragments can fall off and bounce onto the road, and there's various mechanisms that can.
But you can net those, or you can.
You can net them or rock bolt them and put rock traps in. And rock traps again have to push further in to get the space for us. So there's various things you can do. We have had a lot of discussion across the various schemes that I've been involved in the programme and other schemes with SNH, CMPA in regards to rock cuts and the treatment of rock cuts. So we have quite a good feel for what the statutory bodies like and don't like in relation to rock cuts and their conflicting views, because they want, a lot of bodies want them to be softer slopes, shallower slopes.
For aesthetic reasons?
For aesthetic reasons, yes. And so that won't require engineering, because netting doesn't look very nice, the rock bolts don't look very nice.
But there are plenty of examples on the A9 of fairly steeply cut rock faces where measures are deployed to hold the rock in place. Now, obviously nobody wants rock bouncing onto the road, but it isn't a common occurrence once the slope is minutely examined by any engineers taken. That's right, isn't it?
It's not, it's not a hugely common occurrence at the moment, but as slopes get older, the risk of that happening does increase as the slopes are weathered. So,
what's the distance along the roadway where this rock would have to be cut away in order to leave an exposed face?
I don't know those. Mr. Robertson could probably take you through the design in detail of where there's rock cuts.
We can look at that on the drawings.
Yeah. So we have the balance of that is between those steep cuts that would require engineering measures and a softer, more shallow slopes that may be desired from aesthetic points of view, but obviously have a larger footprint. And we need to remember that the southbound carriageway would also encroach onto what is inventory battlefield. It's not just the... So.
And the softer slope will encroach not only onto the battlefield, but onto Arad right up to the wall garden, won't it? Right up within a few metres of the wall garden.
I thought we were talking about the alternative design.
I'm sorry, so you're quite right. My fault, yes. Okay. I think that's everything except perhaps this 9.1 right at the end of your precondition. In the second and third bullet points, you talk respectively about stakeholders and objectors. I'd just like to understand, in your mind, what the difference is.
Stakeholders... Actually, the stakeholders are all the stakeholders who are involved in the project, whether they've objected or not. And objectors are a subset of the stakeholders.
Yeah. So actually, these two bullet points might run together, might they?
Well, we'd not necessarily, because we've tried to understand in developing the design stakeholders that maybe hadn't objected to the proposals, so that we weren't compromising their position. For example, as SNH. SNH didn't object to the project, but we've consulted with them on the refined design to ensure that we're not compromising their position. So it was important when we were trying to address the concerns of objectors that we didn't inadvertently cause concerns for those that had not objected.
Sure, I understand that completely. You say there the concerns of objectors have been, where possible, accommodated,
Yep.
or the effects mitigated within the design. Can you give me an example where objectors' concerns have been accommodated?
The refined design enabled the removal of HES in Grim National Park, and PKHT's objection is one example.
Which one?
The refined design removed HES's, PKHT and CMPA's objections.
So may I just have a second?
Okay, thanks. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Thank you.
Yeah.
I have no questions left that have been covered, so back to you. Oh, sorry, just one question that's just occurred to me. In terms of better understanding how the alternative scheme tends to indicate that the impact on the battlefield would be greater on a southbound option, is Mr. Dempsey?
Yeah,
the man to
yeah.
speak
He
to?
is, yes. Yep.
Mr. Miller.
Thank you, sir. Just one point, Mrs. McMillan. Can we go back to TS206, the development of the scheme objector report, and Appendix M for Mike? Now, the penultimate page of that appendix just go on to page 4, please. A bit further. It's quite difficult to describe where we are, but just a little bit further. So as we can see the text above summary. Yes, and Mrs. McMillan, could you read out, if you see there's a paragraph above summary, then the large paragraph, I'm looking for the wording, the cost to undertake. If you could, just to complete the story, read out those 4 lines for us, the cost to undertake this widening.
Is that under the paragraph? Oh, there you have it. The cost to undertake this widening would be disproportionately high relative to the extra width being provided, as it would involve modifications to the abutment supports and the pier supports, in addition to the deck edge, to achieve the lateral connections at all levels of the structure. The risk profile would also be high, as set out above.
And my question further to that, would the maintenance cost and difficulties associated with this configuration cause the Roads Authority concern?
I imagine they would, yes.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Okay, thanks for that,
Okay,
Mrs.
thanks.
McMillan. I think we should take a quick comfort break before moving on to Mr. Robertson. So let's break now until 20 past. Mr. Milne.
Right. Thanks, sir. The next witness for the promoter is Mr. David Robertson.
Whilst Mr. Robertson is moving over, can I ask that everyone, especially the witness, speaks into the microphone when responding? I think some people were finding it a bit difficult to follow what was being said in the last session. I know it's tempting to look away at a document, but try and keep your speech directed at the microphone.
Mr. Robertson, when you are settled, I'd be grateful if you could read through your summary precognition for us.
My name is David Robertson. I am an Associate Director of Highways within the Highways Business Unit of Jacobs UK. I have over 15 years' experience in infrastructure projects, and since 2016 I have been the Project Technical Manager for the A9 dualling Killiecrankie to Glen Garry project during the DMRB Stage 3 assessment process. Prior to this, I was the Project Technical Manager for the A9 dualling Pittogowan to Glen Garry project during the DMRB Stage 2 assessment process. In my evidence, I will set out my response to the objections maintained by the following objectors: Daniel Price, House of Urard LLP, and Daniel Price, Claire Cannon, and Bridget Mary Price, and the grouped objectors who are listed in full in my precognition. In my evidence, I set out my response to the aforementioned objectors' grounds for objection insofar as these relate to the work that has been undertaken by Jacobs in developing the engineering elements of the Stage 3 design and the subsequent design refinements of the A9 Killiecrankie to Glen Garry scheme. My evidence will demonstrate that the engineering design developed for the DMRB Stage 3 assessment and subsequent design refinements has been developed in accordance with current standards and that the work undertaken has been thorough and robust. The grouped objectors have challenged how the change in earthworks for the refined design affects the cost of the proposed scheme. Through the steepening of the earthwork slopes and replacement of the previously proposed bund with a natural stone wall, the volume of material required to form the embankments in the refined design has been reduced. A greater volume of the material excavated from the Aldcloone junction will therefore be available for reuse elsewhere in the proposed scheme. As a consequence of the proposed reduction in embankments, the import volume of fill material required in the proposed scheme decreases, and therefore the cost of the refined design is less than the Stage 3 design with respect to earthworks. Excavated material acceptability contributes to the aforementioned import of fill material required in both the Stage 3 design and the refined design. As further ground investigation information becomes available, the percentage of excavated material that could be reused may increase further, thereby reducing the import volume further and allowing for an even closer earthworks balance to be achieved in the refined design. The grouped objectors state that the refined design is a radical change from the Stage 3 design. The reduction in the length of the northbound diverge slip road is a routine amendment to the design using the scope of the DMRB that might be undertaken to reduce the overall cost and impact of a scheme at any stage. The overall layout of the grade-separated junction is unchanged in the refined design. It is therefore not a radical change to the design. With regard to the steepening of the earthwork slopes, cross-sections provided in the development of the scheme report display the changes proposed to the slopes. Steepening of earthwork slopes is a routine amendment that might be made at any stage of a design as a result of minor changes to road profiling or improved ground investigation data, allowing the slopes to be steepened. With regard to the bund that was included in the Stage 3 design, from inspection on site and also consideration of the topographical survey, it is apparent that the existing bund that extends along the rear of the northbound verge extends up to a maximum height of approximately 1.6 metres, and the height of the bund is not uniform over its length. The natural stone wall that is proposed in the refined design replicates the height of the existing bund at its tallest point. It is therefore not a radical change to the design. The change to the suds feature near Old Fascally is evidenced in cross-sections in the development of the scheme report. It will still exhibit similar constituent parts, including its access, slope design and planting as the Stage 3 design did. The enlarged suds feature is also located within the overall CPO extents. Again, it is therefore not a radical change to the design. The promoter has presented an alternative to the refined design and demonstrated that it too would require the construction of earthwork slopes within the battlefield. It is my professional opinion that the refined design is a design that best avoids significant earthworks. It has been shown that through the introduction of a natural stone wall, this has allowed for the removal of the earthworks bund in the Stage 3 design. The refinement to the design of the northbound diverge has also allowed for a reduction in the extent of earthworks, as has the relocation of the SUDS feature from field F9. The enlarged SUDS feature is located in a relatively flat field, which also assists in the reduction of earthworks extents. The reduction in earthworks contributes to a reduction of the construction footprint of the proposed scheme of approximately 3 hectares. I submit that on the evidence provided above, the refined design is the design which best avoids significant earthworks. The objectors are concerned about the proximity of the proposed scheme to Urard House walled garden. In the Stage 3 design, earthworks were necessary immediately next to the walled garden. However, these earthworks have now been refined and will be located a minimum of approximately 4.5 metres from the wall. This offset increases towards the northwest end of the wall. There will be an area of ground between the walled garden and the foot of the embankment, which would be the area in which walkers would continue to pass by the walled garden, similar to the existing arrangement. For the avoidance of doubt, the wall is out with the area of land to be compulsory acquired. Nonetheless, the promoter has committed to install a temporary safety barrier and solid hoarding fence near the edge of the site boundary at the walled garden from commencement to conclusion of construction activities to minimise the risk of a vehicle striking the wall. The objectors submit that the natural stone wall should be increased in height. The natural stone wall that is proposed in the refined design replicates the height of the existing bund. Planting of trees is also proposed to the rear of this natural stone wall. I therefore see no reason why the height of the wall needs to be increased. The objectors refer to facility of construction. I consider that avoiding the need to introduce further construction crossovers remains a valid consideration. A scheme which reduces construction complexity must be considered advantageous compared to alternatives which introduce further complexities through the introduction of further carriageway crossovers. The grouped objectors and Urard Estate object to the position of the laybys. The grouped objectors also hold the opinion that they were misled with regard to their siting. I cited the proposed laybys on the basis of what is permissible within design standards. Siting of the proposed laybys at Killiecrankie was not influenced by view from the road or to create an enhanced layby. The previously identified potential site for enhanced laybys near Killiecrankie is in fact within the existing dual carriageway section through the pass of Killiecrankie. This enhanced layby site was removed from further consideration during DMRB Stage 2. To briefly summarise the rationale for laybys at Killiecrankie, no layby was proposed in the northbound direction in proximity to Killiecrankie at DMRB Stage 2. At DMRB Stage 2, laybys were provided only where departures from standard were not required. Based on the recommendation of regular layby spacing every 2.5 kilometres contained in the DMRB, a decision was therefore taken at DMRB Stage 3 to consider if there were any other locations that laybys could be safely located within the proposed scheme. The inclusion of 2 laybys in the Killiecrankie area reduced the length between successive laybys, which were far in excess of the 2.5 kilometres recommended. The resultant spacing between successive laybys in the northbound direction, where a layby not to be provided at Killiecrankie, is approximately 13 kilometres. Similarly, for the southbound direction, where a layby not to be provided at Killiecrankie, the resultant spacing between successive laybys is approximately 7.5 kilometres. The promoter's position on layby spacing is reinforced by Police Scotland. During a consultation meeting, the attending officers advised that they were keen for regularly spaced laybys on the A9 for strategic policing, as well as to reduce driver tiredness. The attending officers noted that fatigue is a major issue on the A9, which laybys would help to alleviate. A 1 metre high natural stone wall at the back of the layby is a refinement put forward in response to a request for screening of the layby from the landowner. The grouped objectors have raised concerns in relation to the positioning of a SUDS feature within Skirmish Field 2. The alignment of the access track in Skirmish Field 1 and the extent to which the access track will be used. Indicative locations for SUDS features were identified at DMRB Stage 2. At DMRB Stage 3, further iterative design development was undertaken with regard to the location of SUDS features, as is normal practice at this stage of design development. Whilst iterations to the design have occurred, the location generally of this SUDS feature has always been in Skirmish Field 2. The location of the SUDS feature would be the same for the alternative scheme as for the refined design. The high and low points on the carriageway drainage networks, the overall area of carriageway and the position of the Altgrenade underbridge remain approximately the same, regardless of whether northbound or southbound widening is developed. The alignment of the access track in Skirmish Field 1 generally follows the existing ground profile and also follows the bottom of the earthworks embankment, thereby taking cognizance of the need to minimise the overall footprint. Further, there is evidence of disturbance to the land where this access track is proposed. The original proposed alignment of the access track to this SUDS feature generally followed the route of an existing access track to the B8079. The landowners asked, however, that an alternative route be considered rather than adopting the existing access past their property. General requirements for maintenance for the SUDS feature would typically involve inspection and routine maintenance once or twice a year, and maintenance works taking place potentially every 10 years. The evidence I have provided to the inquiry demonstrates that 1. The engineering design developed for the DMRB Stage 3 assessment and subsequent design refinements has been developed in accordance with current standards, and that the work undertaken has been thorough and robust. 2. There are constituent parts of the Stage 3 design that are appropriate to refine. There are, however, limitations to the extent of refinements that can be achieved to reduce the overall footprint of the design. 3. The refinements to the design with respect to earthworks does not translate to an increase in the cost of the proposed scheme. 4. The design refinements do not constitute material changes to the Stage 3 design. I have explained that the similarities between the Stage 3 design and the refined design to rebut concerns that the refinements proposed are radical. The refined design is the design which best avoids significant earthworks. The previously identified advantages of the Stage 3 design are still applicable to the refined design. The locations of the laybys in the refined design have been cited to address concerns regarding the spacing of subsequent laybys and in no way due to a predetermined need to provide enhanced laybys. There are no better sites for the two laybys proposed in proximity to Killiecrankie. And finally, the access track within Skirmish Field 1 has been developed through consultation with the landowner, and its design seeks to minimise the earthworks and by consequence the footprint.
Thank you, Mr. Robertson. Now, I appreciate this will take a little bit of time, but I would like you to turn to the visualizations, the fly-throughs at TS 301, and take us through them in turn, highlighting the features which you have highlighted in your evidence.
So just starting at the southern end of the scheme, just where the proposed scheme ties into the existing dual carriageway through the pass. The visualizations generally show the refined design and then flip across to the Stage 3 design. So at the first, maybe if we could just pause at this point here. What I would point out at this location on the left-hand side there is the access track which leads to the SUDS feature with skirmish field 1 on the left-hand side. As you can see there, the access track has been aligned at the foot of the embankment associated with the northbound design, and it generally follows the topography of the existing ground. Moving further north, we pass by the Altgreneg underbridge, and as you can see there, that's the location of the new northbound carriageway. The northbound carriageway and the northbound lay-by. If you could just pause it at that point there. So that generally shows the key features of the new lay-by that is to be located at this location. It's a Type A lay-by as defined in TD 69 of the DMRB. The key features there are it's got a separation, curbed segregation island between the dual carriageway and the parking lane and the drive-through lane. The parking lane is separated from the drive-through lane in order to improve safety and increase segregation. And also, at that point there, you can see the proposed natural stone wall to the rear of the lay-by. And also, the earthworks at that particular location are graded out with the footpath, the realigned length of the footpath at the bottom of that earthwork slope. Sorry, the earthworks at that particular location are graded out, and the footway is located at the bottom of the earthwork slope. And as it flipped across to the Stage 3 design there, you can see at that particular location the earthworks haven't changed, and that is a demonstration as to the refined design. The design of the earthworks has been altered at specific locations, but it hasn't just been a blanket across the length of the refined design to make changes to the earthworks. Can we also, just pause it just there. The one other point of this design that I would like to point out is at the top left-hand corner, just up here, you can see parts of the access design, and that's those parts of the access the design have been added in to ensure connectivity between one field within the estate and the next field within the estate. And those particular access points, those were identified during consultation with other the landowners during DMRB Stage 3. So just to ensure that the design did not introduce disconnect between one part of the estate and the other part. Key points of the lay-by at that location is a 100 metre long parking lane. The drive-through lane is 3.5 metre wide, as is the parking lane. The overall length of the lay-by, including the tapers at both entry and exit, is about approximately 375 metres long. If we just pause it at this point, again, this is the section of the refined design immediately to the north of Urrard House. And the key things to point out there is the natural stone wall which is 1.6 metres high. That's located to the rear of the northbound verge. And then there's also the southbound lay-by, again, a Type A lay-by that's located just beyond the extent of the southbound carriageway. We move on. That's moved over to the previous DMRB Stage 3 design, which included the replacement bund, a bund to replace the existing bund that was taken out by the new carriageway. This is now going to move up to look at the final design refinement, which is the change to the northbound diverge slip road associated with the Aldclyne junction. If we could just pause it there. At this point, this is the Glen Garry underpass, and what the visualisation shows here is the new northbound carriageway, the widening of the Glen Garry underpass, just where the cursor is located just now, and immediately to the south of the northbound carriageway, the area of planting you see there, the area of planting closest to the memorial cairn, that is the area of planting that is outside the extents of the compulsory purchase order.
So just for clarity, is that those are trees at the top of the picture now? To the right of the old Granny
Yes. Yes. The earthworks associated with the northbound carriageway are in this area here. These trees, there's an area of trees in there that are proposed for bat and red squirrel mitigation, and then there's an area of trees which immediately bound the north side of the existing local path that runs here, that are completely out with the extent of the CPO. This basically running along there, that's the western extent of the local path that runs between Killiecrankie and the Glen Garry underpass.
Is that the path that we walked along on the site inspection?
It is indeed. We parked up here, and then this is where we started our walk through the battlefield.
We saw an indicator that the memorial cairn in Flavors is located in.
Yes. The memorial cairn is located approximately in this area here. I'll be able to pick that up more accurately on a drawing, but it's generally in this area here. You have to walk across an area of somewhat marshy land between the local path there to get into the immediate surrounds of the memorial cairn. Can I just pause it there again? This area in here, this is the area of compensatory planting. It's located in the field immediately to the field to the northwest of the steadings, which steadings are located down here. So again, you can see on the left-hand side Urrard House walled garden, and it's just flipped over from the refined design to the Stage 3 design. Maybe just pause it at that location there. This is the DMRB Stage 3 design. So this shows, how the previous design was located closer to the walled garden over more of its length. The refined design has pulled that earthwork slope away from the walled garden. As I said earlier when I was reading my summary precognition, the foot of the earthworks are approximately 4.5 metres away from the walled garden at the southeastern extent of that walled garden. Generally, moving the offset from the walled garden to the embankment, generally increasing as you continue northwest. So yeah, we're now moving up towards the final design refinement, which is the change to the northbound diverge. You can see how this is the stage 3 design, which the start of the slip road extended beyond the Glen Garry underpass. The shortening of the slip road means that the taper for that slip road now commences just beyond the Glen Garry underpass. It'll flip back across to the refined design in a minute, and you'll be able to see that change. You can see how the design in this, there's been a reduction in the footprint within this area here. Again, similar to the access track to the SUDS feature near Old Fascally, the change to reducing the northbound diverge slip road has allowed the earthworks to be pulled in, and the access track leading to that SUDS feature, known as SUDS feature C, has allowed to be pulled in as well. And Mr. Dempsey will explain how that influences the impact on the battlefield. And really just the final point to say about the design refinements here is that we're now looking at the Aldcloone grade separated junction, and the thing to say about that is that the overall layout of that grade separated junction has not changed. It's only the northbound diverge slip road. The overall layout is the same, whereby we've got 2 slip roads on either side that drop down to meet the B8079 local road at Aldcloone. So that's the visualization for the refined design versus the stage 3 design. There's a further visualization that compares the refined design with the alternative design, which we can run through.
Yes, please.
Maybe just pause it at that point there. Even at this point, there's a difference between the northbound and southbound widening. On the southeastern side of the Old Fascally underpass access track, which crosses underneath here, widening to the southbound side introduces rock cutting down this right-hand side of the southbound carriageway as you look at it, whereas the northbound scheme effectively uses this large existing verge that is already in existence prior to crossing the Old Fascally access track. And there's a further, at this location up here, there is a further rock cut, which if we just let it run on now, it'll stop again. So it just comes over to the alternative scheme, so that gives you a further appreciation of widening to the southbound side, introduces the rock cut on the right-hand side there. And you can see how the access track and the earthworks have moved across as we widen to the southbound side of that location. Again, with the refined design, you can see the removal of the SUDS feature B that was located within field F9. Again, so that if you just pause at this location here, so this is field F9 as we know it. In the alternative scheme at this location, you can see the proposed rock face immediately beyond the southbound carriageway, and then at the top of the rock face, you've got the slope through the soil part of that existing ground. Move it on again. You can see the difference between the earthworks there, and what this model demonstrates is that there is, notable earthworks on the southbound side. So at this point, the southbound widening design at the opposite Urrard House, it shows all the widening beyond the existing bund, with only localised regrading of the existing bund. So the existing bund is largely retained. Another view of the two designs to the immediate north of Urrard House Walled Garden. And again, moving up to the final design refinement, this will show that the proposed reduction to the northbound diverge that was included in the refined design has been included in the alternative design as well, as has the combination of the two SUDS features at Field F9 and Skirmish Field 2. So it demonstrates that in creating this alternative design, we have introduced the same refinements as a refined design in order that an appropriate comparison and a fair comparison can be done between the two designs. And again, just the final point here, the alternative design and the refined design. Again, the overall junction layout has not been changed. It's the same overall layout of junction. So that's probably there's no more to see at the end of that visualization.
Thank you, Mr. Robertson. Can I take you now to TS206, the development of the scheme report? This time, an appendix we've not looked at yet, Appendix G, which contains a number of cross-sections comparing the DMRB Stage 3 design and the refined design. If you could go to figure G3, 206. Now again, if I can just invite you please to talk us through the cross-sections G3, G4, G5 and G6,
yep.
Which I think are of particular interest here. And no.
Just the first page of
you see there, you have figure G1 is the first one, then G2, so really it's the second, well, if you're in a PDF it will be the third page, perhaps, maybe fourth. Figure G3, you can see that in the bottom right-hand corner, and that's displayed on the screen, so see if you've got the right one. So, Mr. Robertson.
Yeah. Figure G3 depicts the cross-section of the Stage 3 design and the refined scheme in proximity to Field F9. And the point I want to make about this cross-section is it demonstrates the point I said earlier on about not just changing the refined design earthworks through the entire length between the southern scheme tie-in and the Essingall underbridge. You can clearly see there the Stage 3 design is at the top viewport and the refined scheme is in the bottom viewport. And within that particular cross-section, which is at 1800, the graded out slopes that were included in the Stage 3 design have been retained in the refined scheme. And in his evidence, Mr. Lancaster can explain more about why that's important that grading is kept at that particular location. If we move on to G4. Now G4 has moved up the scheme by approximately 200 metres, so we're now at chainage 2000. And the point I want to highlight at this location is that we've now entered part of the scheme where there is an existing bund next to the existing single carriageway, and the top viewport at that location, the DMRB Stage 3 design, you can see that this is an area where we had introduced a proposed bund to replace the existing bund. The key points of that is you can see the existing bund is the dotted line. The proposed bund is this part here with planting on the top. This is a realignment of the local path, and this is the earthworks beyond. We can now turn attention to the refined scheme at this location. The earthworks at this particular location, the refined design will be in a length of cutting at this particular location, and the existing planting that is located on the south side of this bunded area will be retained. The local path is located at the bottom of this planted area, and you can see by comparing the top viewport with the bottom viewport how we've reduced the width of the width of the embankment at that area. Pulled it in closer to the existing carriageway, and it's within the length of this particular location. There's a belt of trees that runs along the adjacent to the northbound carriageway. If you want to move on to the next cross section, which is cross section G5. Again, it's a similar example. We've now moved up another 100 metres up the length of the road, and really this is just another example. The same philosophy as what was applied in the previous cross section, that the stage 3 design had the replacement bund at this location. There's existing planting. This length of existing planting on the downslope has been retained. Again, you compare the interface point of the earthworks up there to the interface point down there. If we move it now on to G6. The point I want to make about this cross section, we've now moved another couple of 100 metres up the road. At this particular point, the natural stone wall now exists to replace the bund that was the bund that was included previously. At this particular cross section, this is the point that's immediately across from the walled garden. Walled garden at that location there. Within the stage 3 design, due to the proximity of the walled garden at Urrard, it wasn't possible to include the northbound carriageway and a length of bund to replace the existing one. In the refined design, through steepening up the earthwork slope, it's possible to include the natural stone wall at this location. Another point I want to point out is the planting that's proposed to the rear of the natural stone wall, and at this point here you can see the offset that I was referring to earlier on between the natural stone wall, the existing walled garden at Urrard, and the bottom of the proposed earthwork slope.
Mr. Robertson, how does the height of the natural stone wall, the proposed natural stone wall, compare with the existing bund arrangement?
It is at the same height. Most obviously shown here. The top of the natural stone wall at that point matches the top of the dotted line at that location. The dotted line being the existing bund height at that particular location. If we move on to the next one, which is cross-section G8, which is at chainage 2380. At this point, the existing bund is dropping back down towards existing ground levels, and the refined design includes planting. It's located on the existing slope, and by this point we've moved north of the walled garden, so the existing walled garden isn't shown on those cross sections.
Mr. Robertson, do you have anything to say by way of response to a suggestion that the proposed natural stone wall should or could be increased in length or in height?
Well, the topographical survey that we've consulted, that shows that the existing height of the bund varies over its length. It's been shown to extend up to a height of approximately 1.6 metres high, and therefore the height of the proposed natural stone wall has been set at 1.6 metres over its length, which extends approximately 240 metres long.
And again, insofar as extending the length of the proposed natural stone wall, can you remind me where the road enters cutting and the implications of that for extending length and height?
Yes, if I could just refer to drawings that are included in Appendix D of the development of the scheme report. Apologies, Appendix D. And in particular, it's figure D2. And if we look at the bottom viewport of figure D2, and if we're able to zoom in to chainage 2100, we can see here that the natural stone wall ends approximately here. This length of the refined design is in a shallow cutting, and there's also an area, this area coloured orange is the existing tree belt that runs along the north of field F7 that will be retained. At its northern end, the proposed natural stone wall extends to this location here, and at this point, this is where the existing bund ends, and it transitions into a length of standard verge. And it's at this point here that we stood during our site visit at the end of last year, and considered where the existing standard embankment and verge transitioned into the proposed, the existing bund.
Would increasing the height of the proposed natural stone wall potentially introduce any engineering complexities?
Extending the height of the wall would potentially introduce a wider base of the natural stone wall. in order to ensure its stability. So there's a potential for a higher wall to require a larger footprint, and therefore a wider width of verge, which would then increase the footprint beyond that we have currently designed. And I go back to my original point that the height of the natural stone wall has been designed to 1.6 metres to reflect the height of the existing bund that runs along the back of the northbound verge just now.
You took us through the fly-through for the alternative scheme. I've one further question about that. Would the alternative scheme, could it potentially still eat into the bund and require the removal of trees?
Yes, the existing verge width along that length of the road varies, and in order to construct the verge that would be associated with the northbound carriageway and all the infrastructure that accompanies a verge in a modern trunk road, it's been identified that the road side facing slope of that existing bund would need regrading. However, the slope on the other side that faces Urrard, the walled garden, that would be left untouched.
If you could please keep TS206 in front of you, and I would suggest Appendix D for Delta. And with that in front of you, you were wanting to take the inquiry to the YouTube video, which was posted by the soldiers of Killiecrankie
yep.
at the tail end of last year. I wonder if you could ask your colleagues in Jacobs to take you to the relevant part of that YouTube video, if it works, because this is the one that we're going to have to live stream. It's just a short clip.
Yeah, if we could get to TS436. And the first location is at 6:20. You just let it run from. You understand this was taken the day of the site visit? Yes, we. Yes, I can see that it was. I do believe you. My luminous yellow trousers will be quite apparent. Just let it run a little bit longer. Remind us all where we are. Yeah. So we're currently within field F7, and if we could just pause it there. The text that's come up, clearly says that we are looking here. So remember, everything that we are looking at here is compulsory purchase land as we swing round. That is incorrect. That area of land that we're looking at just now, as we know, is field F7, which I'm sure Mr. Dempsey will talk about at length in the coming days. The actual line of the CPO associated with the refined design runs along the this tree line here, this belt. This is a belt of trees that runs along the length of, or this part of the A9 to the rear of the current northbound verge. And plus this. Yeah. Yeah, so if we go back to figure D2, again, the grey line there, that was the previous CPO line. It was associated with the published CPO back at the end of December 2017, November 2017. In refining the design, we have been able to refine the associated CPO and LMAs, land made available line, and you can see that the change between the two CPO boundaries varies between 20 metres and 26 metres along that length. This being field F7 that was shown on the YouTube video. And there's a couple of other points within that particular video where similar texts appear. At 7:32. Again, there's another statement, all this land is under compulsory purchase orders for the A9 development. And then again at 8:53, the text states back to looking at the land under compulsory purchase order. At each point in this video, they are within field F7. Just maybe go back to that, John, briefly. Yes, the route that's been walked within that video has effectively gone along this line here, and at various points within the video, they have panned round with the text, noting that this is all within the compulsory purchase order, which is not correct. For the avoidance of doubt, the compulsory purchase order line runs along the edge of the belt of trees that can be seen in the background. At those. Yes. The grey, just for, as I say, for the avoidance of doubt, the grey line there was the CPO boundary associated with the DMRB Stage 3 design. The red line is the CPO line associated with the refined design. And we, on our accompanied site visit before Christmas, we stopped at various points within field F7 and looked into the area of trees and pointed out where the land. There's a distinction at this point that the CPO boundary runs along the edge of the local path that sits at the south of the tree line. The actual LMA line, which is the extent of where the contractor would be operating in to construct the new northbound carriageway, and the shallow cut that I referred to, that was actually located within that area of trees that run along that length of field F7.
Is there anything else you wish to take from this drawing or the YouTube video, or you can put that to one side? Sir, in light of number of questions asked earlier today of other witnesses about lay-bys, I do have a few points I'd like to put to Mr. Robertson on that topic, which I'm happy to do now, or return to that 9:30 tomorrow.
Well, I'd quite like to use the time that we have. I think we need to be out of here by 5-ish, so we could have another half hour. I think it's probably, depending on how long you take to complete your examination, Chief, I don't think we're going to get onto cross-examination of this witness tonight, which for the witness would be a good thing. You needn't have a lonely dinner.
That's okay.
Okay, so, yeah, maybe half an hour or so, Mr. Milne, if that's okay.
Let's aim to complete it in half an
Are
hour.
you ready, or would you prefer to wait until the morning?
Oh, no, I'm ready.
Okay.
Mr. Robertson, I'm going to read a number of assertions made in Mr. Baxey's recognition to you about lay-bys, and would invite your response to those, and obviously that may result in a number of follow-up questions from me. At paragraph 7.1 of Mr. Baxey's recognition, he says, Mr. Bax says, I will demonstrate that the adoption of the lay-by strategy on the battlefield during stage 1 compromised the integrity of the process. The unique requirements of an inventory battlefield were not understood. Lay-bys should have been vetoed on the battlefield at the outset. Now, there are a number of points in there. Could I invite you to comment as appropriate on these assertions?
The inclusion of the lay-bys within this particular section, indeed, within the length of the scheme, have been included to address concerns related to safety, and in particular spacing between successive lay-bys. I know, if we were to avoid lay-bys within the inventory battlefield within its entire extent, that would result in an excessive length of carriageway far beyond the recommended 2.5 kilometre spacing that's included within the DMRB.
So, the consequences of vetoing lay-bys on the battlefield would be what?
By vetoing lay-bys within the battlefield, that would result in the northbound direction, approximately 13 kilometre spacing between successive lay-bys, and if we didn't include the proposed lay-by in the southbound direction, that would result in approximately 7.5 kilometres between successive lay-bys.
At 7.2, Mr. Bax says that subsequently the decision to locate lay-bys on the battlefield rather than on neighbouring areas was attributed to the need for road safety. Was road safety brought in as a after the event justification for the decision?
The decision to include lay-bys within this particular length of the proposed scheme has always been on the basis of road safety and spacing between lay-bys. I think, as I said in my summary recognition, at no point has the siting of these two particular lay-bys in the proposed scheme been as a result of a need to comply with an enhanced lay-by strategy or to achieve spectacular views from the road.
Now we can go to the enhanced lay-by strategy if required, but I'll just ask, could you compare for us the locations of the proposed lay-bys for the revised scheme with those suggested at the SEA stage?
Yeah, it probably would be beneficial at this point if we could open up core document 250. I think it's on page 83 of that, of Appendix 2.3. this particular location for an enhanced lay-by is not within the extents of the proposed scheme. Early on, at DMRB Stage 1, the SEA, there was a number of locations located within the entire length of the A9 dualling programme between Perth and Inverness, as having, good views within, from the road. And one such location was the one that you see there just now. With this is within the existing dual carriageway section through the pass of Killiecrankie. If you just skip back one page, you can see there the photographs that are down the right hand side. You can see that that's clearly the existing dual carriageway section through the pass of Killiecrankie, and the photographs there demonstrate some of the views that are achievable from that particular part of the existing dual carriageway. The key thing I'd like to point out is that that particular location in the northbound direction, that particular location is approximately 1.1 kilometres away from where the proposed lay-by next to Field F9 is located. And for the southbound direction, the lay-by that's located off the southbound carriageway is approximately 1.6 kilometres away from this particular location. So I think those distances demonstrate that the two laybys that are proposed in the proposed scheme are at an entirely different location to this location that was identified in the enhanced lay-by strategy, and therefore evidences the fact that the proposed laybys within the proposed scheme are not sited in order to achieve views from the road or to comply with an enhanced lay-by strategy. The locations are fundamentally different, and I just take back to the point that the laybys that are located in with the proposed scheme are included for road safety and in order to reduce the distances between successive laybys.
You need your microphone on, Mr. Millen.
Thanks, sir. In light of questions asked of Mrs. McMillan, do you have anything to say regarding the choice of junction in terms of the positioning of the laybys in this section?
Yeah, well, that in itself ties into some commentary previously received from the grouped objectors with regard to alternative locations. And there's, when you take into account surrounding constraints, whether it be the location of grade separated junctions, locations of at-grade accesses, or the vertical alignment itself, it actually narrows down the approximate location that is considered suitable for providing a lay-by. Now, with specific regard to grade separated junctions, to the north of this particular length, we've got the Aldcloone grade separated junction, which is a full movement junction, and that in itself has determined the positioning of that lay-by, and in particular a reason why, for example, the lay-by couldn't be moved further north. If you moved the lay-by further north, the distance between the exit taper of the lay-by and the entry taper of the lay-by, leaving the lay-by onto the dual carriageway, and then the taper for leaving the dual carriageway onto the slip road would get progressively smaller as you moved that lay-by up, and that's what we refer to as the weaving distance. Now, DMRB standards require that for a distance between a grade-separated junction and a lay-by, that distance is 1 kilometre. This particular location, we haven't achieved that 1 kilometre, so that would constitute a departure from standard. But what we have done is had extensive discussions with Standards branch at Transport Scotland, and we consider that we have maximised the distance between the grade-separated junction and the lay-by, and satisfied ourselves that the proposed layout is safe from a road safety perspective.
At 7.2 of Mr. Baxey's recognition, there's a reference to the Killiecrankie section being recognised as one with relatively low traffic density, even by modern standards of the A9 generally, and greater flexibility could have been given. This is particularly true of the southbound side, where there are 2 lay-bys on the existing dual section between Killiecrankie and Pitlochry. Do you have anything to say in response to that suggestion about greater flexibility?
With regard to traffic volumes, the siting design of lay-bys on a dual carriageway is not determined by traffic flows. For single carriageway roads, traffic volumes influence the extent or the spacing between successive lay-bys. However, for a dual carriageway, variations in traffic flow are not a consideration for the frequency of lay-bys. And that is evidenced within TD 69 of the DMRB.
Why is
that? For single carriageway roads, my understanding is that on single carriageway roads, if you have a higher volume of traffic on that single carriageway road, if somebody breaks down, for example, difference between the single carriageway and the dual carriageway, is that single carriageway road, there's no second lane for somebody to overtake. Somebody that's broken down on the on the single carriageway. So it makes sense that if you've got a single carriageway with limited carriageway space for manoeuvring round a broken down vehicle, that lay-bys are more frequent, where you've got a higher volume of traffic compared to a single carriageway where there's a lower volume of traffic.
And as regards the suggestion that the existence of a junction would fulfil the safety function, I paraphrase, but would fulfil the safety function of a lay-by, is that a good suggestion?
I would say that a lay-by, performs a different function to a grade-separated junction. It allows tired drivers or drivers who are potentially experiencing a technical fault with their vehicle, it allows them to pull off into a safe facility which has a dedicated parking lane, remote from the remote from the actual mainline carriageway.
Comment has been made about lay-bys coming late in the day. Can I take you to CD-044 and page 111 of that PDF?
Sorry, can you repeat the number?
CD-044, 44, page 111. It forms part of the bottom title here is A9 Dueling Preliminary Engineering Services. So we heard from Dr. Blewett that's early in the DMRB
Yes.
process. Can you tell us, put this document in context for us? Why was it produced, and what does it tell us?
This is this was a leaflet that was prepared to accompany the June 2013 public exhibitions. Now, this was held during the DMRB Stage 1 assessment and the Strategic Environmental Assessment. And if we could just zoom into the right-hand column of that leaflet, and that's fine. That's fine as it is. What this document is stating, on the left-hand side, it's noting that laybys are a feature along the existing E9 corridor, noting that there's 197 laybys within the length. But what it's also doing in the right-hand column is making reference to the E9 dualling programme, and at that early stage, it sets a marker that laybys will form part of the dualling proposals. But it is also what it highlights. There's a number of bullet points on that right-hand column, and in particular, I draw attention to the first two bullet points within that list. The first one refers to proximity to junctions, and for safety reasons, laybys cannot be located close to junctions, which I've just discussed previously. Second comment there is associated with visibility. It's important that the visibility between the main carriageway and laybys is good. For example, the crest of a hill would not be a good place for a layby. If I just draw that back briefly to the proposed scheme, at the southern end of our scheme, where we tie into the existing dual carriageway, there is departures from standard that are evidenced in the departure report, which have been lodged, which show a reduction in forward visibility at the scheme tie-in. So again, that is another reason, or that's another constraint which limits the suitable siting of laybys within this length of the proposed scheme. But taking it back to what is this document explaining, fundamentally it's explaining that laybys have a safety requirement. Safety is an important factor associated with laybys, and the fact that it was published in 2013 shows that the safety aspects of laybys were known and explained to community landowners, statutory consultees from a very early stage in development, and it also confirms the point that safety associated with laybys is not something that has just been brought in at a relatively recent point. It's been ingrained in the design development from a very early stage in the development of the E9 dualling proposals.
Would you still have cited laybys on the battlefield if the decision had been made to progress with a different junction option at Aldcloone?
At Aldcloone, the alternative. Well, if we go back to stage 2, the alternative design, the alternative junction arrangement at Aldcloone was a limited movement junction with southbounds. With slip roads facing the south. Even with that alternative junction arrangement, I would still have provided. I would still have cited the laybys at the proposed location that we have them in the proposed scheme. It wouldn't have made any difference.
Was local consultation feedback important in the decision to progress with junction option B?
Yes, junction. again, at stage 2, we had the junction option A, which was the restricted movement, and junction option B was the full movement layout. We've received several comments during stage 2 consultation that stated a preference for junction option B, which was the full movement junction. And just going back to a discussion we had earlier on about the sheer glass quarry and the access, the sheer glass quarry left in, left out access works with the full movement junction. And just to give you one example, for vehicles who are destined for the quarry travelling from the north, with the proposed scheme in place, the full movement junction would allow an HGV to travel down the northbound carriageway, come off at the grade separated junction at Aldcloone, turn at the junction and go back onto the northbound carriageway to then access the left in, left out. If we had proceeded with junction option A, which had a northbound diverge and a southbound merge, i.e. slip roads facing the Perth direction, there would have been no means for vehicles to leave the dual carriageway at Aldcloone. The options that they would have had with the two schemes would have been to leave the southbound carriageway at the Brewer junction, and having left the junction at Brewer, they would have then travelled through Blair Athol underneath the Essingall Underbridge, and then continued through to Killiecrankie. Whereas, or the alternative would be, if they hadn't come off at Brewer Junction, they would have travelled further south to the Pitlochry North Junction. And then there would have been no means, they would have had to travel south to Pitlochry North Junction and then turn at Pitlochry North Junction, rejoin the northbound carriageway, and travel up to the left in, left out. So it's undoubtedly the sheer glass quarry left in, left out works with junction option B.
The two remaining points from Mr. Bax's recognition I wanted to put to you are 7.3 and 7.4. Now, we can go through this in detail, or I can try a very broad question and see if that works. Do you have anything to add to your recognition, which clearly covers lay-bys at some length, to your paragraph 7.56, 7.57 and 7.58 in order to address what Mr. Bax says about plugging the gap left by the closure of the existing northbound lay-by at number 41?
Yeah, I mean, at paragraph 5.6, I run through effectively between Pitlochry and Blair Athol, that length of the existing dual carriageway. In fact, it takes into account the Pitlochry to Killiecrankie project. So just for the avoidance of doubt, working northbound from the Pitlochry area, the Pitlochry to Killiecrankie project, that introduces a new lay-by on the northbound carriageway, and this is located approximately 8 kilometres southeast of the lay-by next to Field F9. The existing lay-by, which is lay-by 41, which is located in proximity to the proposed Pitlochry North Junction, that lay-by is to be closed, given its proximity to the grade separated junction. As we've discussed, a new lay-by centred around Chainage 1800 is promoted within this project. The existing lay-by, which is lay-by 44, located in proximity to the Glen Garry underpass, and approximately 1 kilometre is to be closed and effectively moved from its current position further south to the location just to the north of the Altgreneg underbridge. And the existing lay-by 46, which is located in proximity to Essingall underbridge, that will be closed. The reason that that is to be closed is its proximity to the new northbound the northbound merge of the Aldcloone grade separated junction. And finally, there's a new lay-by to be located approximately 5 kilometres to the northwest of the new lay-by at Killiecrankie, and that's another lay-by that's promoted within this particular project. In the southbound direction, there's a lay-by to be located approximately 5.5 kilometres northwest of the new lay-by at Killiecrankie. This is a new lay-by. Again, there's a couple of existing lay-bys, 48 and 47, which are referred to in the next bullet points. Lay-by 48 is located in proximity to Garry Bank property. As part of the proposed scheme, we are proposing a left-in, left-out access to Garry Bank, and based on the proximity of that left-in, left-out access to the existing lay-by would be closed. Lay-by 47, its proximity to the new southbound diverge of the Aldcloone grade separated junction would require that lay-by to be closed, as would lay-by 45, which is the lay-by that's located next to the Aldcloone underbridge. Again, that particular lay-by would be closed due to its proximity to the southbound merge slip road. New lay-by is proposed at Cheenage 22, which is opposite Urrard House. An existing lay-by 43 is located approximately 1.9 kilometres to the southeast of the new lay-by, and it's the existing lay-by which is located just at the start of the dual carriageway section through the pass of Killiecrankie. This lay-by is to be retained, and the existing lay-by 42, which is located to the southeast, 3.6 kilometres approximately from the new lay-by, that would be closed due to its proximity to a left-in, left-out access proposed to Kennel Cottage, which is promoted as part of the Pitlochry to Killiecrankie project.
Thank you very much, Mr. Robertson. I have no further questions.
Perfect. Thanks for that. So we'll stop for the night now and begin tomorrow morning at 9:30, and we'll start with Mr. Bax's cross-examination of Mr. Robertson. Okay, anything else before we finish? Okay, have a good evening, everyone.